Namaskar, good morning, good day, Assalamu alaikum, Wanakkam. This is Suraj Singh speaking from Bharat, India on this day of September 5th, 2020 regarding various issues in general life, COVID and engineering management in engineering organizations, quality, safety and whatever is possible regarding construction and related designs, miscellaneous types of talk for all those who are not from engineering and also those who are in engineering profession. This is for everybody. Something means a general talk for a couple of hours, and also if possible, if require, if some we can say screen sharing of some documents. It's a very important point here for information and dissemination of information, and this is fellow membership of institution of engineers, Royal Chartered by 1935 Royal Charter, statutory body of Bharat, India, under law, by law. Under law and by law means under Constitution of India, and by law means law, chartered status, that is Royal Charter of Institution of Engineers, India, 1935 Royal Charter, and this is here for everyone and remembering memory of past. Memory of reality, that is here, memory of reality, which is the right one, COVID-19 and issues related to the professional, contracts and engineering, and like that means it's here for everybody. Life is real one. Just this reminds me for my past, which is very one, fact, and also I will give you something, saying as usual in connection with this. If it is paperwork, also it is, you may say it is, what I say is file from my mobile file, and that is regarding same in a printed form. And about this as usual, now is no more SARS, means this is COVID, something about that, and this is active virus or engineering, management, organization, systems, changes, all that comes in, and thinking by human only result, and that's nothing else, in general concerns, concrete specifications, systems, quality, structured and soil engineering, predict contracts, etc., all that is all part of our general and professional engineering, without which no one can move. In addition to educational qualification, these are must, and if you don't take that way, professional suffers from every aspect. So it's what it is, about it. So I will pick it off just for purpose of indication that we have this tool. Now, I will the same place where it was, and we continue to talk about current today. COVID-19 is doing very fast, rapid work. It's doing very rapid work. It's very proficient in its dealing. I think we should accept that fact that COVID is now it's very much matured, and it knows world now. It has understood our mentality, and it has gone to a level, in a very short period of time, means it's just a baby, but it's very strong baby, I can say. In 9 months you get a baby, so this is 9 months, and it is moved very fast. COVID-19, coronavirus infectious disease 19, so-called SARS, but now it's no more SARS, that is SRS, one of that, but there are so many other attributes attached to it. So it's not simply like a severe acute respiratory syndromes anymore. It's more than that, because it is affecting every part of human body, mind, health, and wherever you can say. There is no check on this. There is no restriction on this. No one can prohibit its entry, and it works. But people are not serious about this. I don't know reason for that. Why people are not serious? Not only in our country but also in other countries. England just have very not terrific, means very havoc news. Means they say it's again and again jumping, spiking, and they don't understand analytics behind that, because nobody is ready to analyze it, and they try, but in vain, all in vain, that is. So what should I say? Now some scientists and even higher authorities like WHO appeal to people not to think that COVID is simple, it is easy, or it's not harmful. There has been, I think, a dissolution of information, dissolution I should say, has been disseminated that COVID is not that serious as people think. This is rumor, and this is, you can say, malinformation, misinformation, damaging information for community, because it is very much same as it was in beginning. It has not changed. Minds have changed. If we think that it is nothing, then we cheat ourselves. We keep ourselves in darkness. Means people think if you are recovering, it's okay, fine. This is another deceiving, because yesterday somebody talked to me, saying, for coming to my home, that, oh, it's nothing, means people are recovering. I told him, who told you recovering? Not even a single person has been recovered till now throughout the world. It's, just assumption. It's presumption, assumption, self-satisfying, misinformation that people are recovering. Nobody can recover from a disease which you do not know. How can you recover from that? Yes, your immunity is raised, your power to resist effect or impact by COVID is raised. That's different issue. You may get vaccine also, but that's not a vaccine to treat this disease. That's a vaccine just as a precautionary measure, protective measure against infection by this disease. If you are infected, means it shall not damage to that extent, but it's not out. Once it's in, it's not out. That is not possible. And when it is possible, that day you may say, I have broken through, we have broken through somewhere. So I should say, as now, news and suggestions are coming that even ventilators are no use for this. Surprising news, surprising information. The ventilators are not helping, rather contributing to the problem. This is latest information. The ventilators provide positive pressure, which is not supportive to human body. Positive pressure of oxygen intake, it should be by sucking and not by ventilator. Ventilator passes oxygen, provides oxygen to person using plus pressure. What we say, when you suck it, oxygen, you suck it, it's vacuum, you can say negative pressure you take in, and that's how human body works. So ventilators add to problem rather than solving problem. This is what doctors and scientists are now claiming. This also means that there is very little understanding and study conducted so far, not a thorough study. Thousands of scientists throughout the world have not done their task to requirements. I don't understand reason. There's no two but thousands of scientists throughout the world. They have not responded till now in a way it should have been. This means minds of scientists also are blocked by virus. Just like minds of total public of world has been blocked by virus, you are prohibited from thinking, contemplating about how to handle virus. This is what this virus has caused to everyone, and that is a serious issue, serious situation. if I am prohibited from doing something. And I think that was first step, or you can say bordering itself. COVID has bordered itself. It has, defined its better area, its battery area. I am in this battery area, or you are in this battery area. You cannot come out of this. So people say, oh, virus is nothing, it's nothing, but not powerful. It cannot kill people. In 13, 14 days, patients recover. This conception has gone to everybody, and that's the result of being unserious. Why people are not serious? I do not understand reason. Means you want to die, you want to suicide, it's up to you, but you have no right to kill others. That's another point. You may subject your life to death by COVID infection, but you have no right to infect others. Even your family members, you have no right to infect others. But you are doing that. You do not listen when something is unclear about certain problem. How can you get away from that problem just by not resorting to precautionary measures? That is very important point. And it's still starting of this problem. And there are many infections, new infections in England, the UK, many new infections in other parts of the world like Spain, and many, just now I got news somewhere else in, I think, many other parts of even Libya, which is Egypt, means which are not very populous countries, but there too it's happening. And forget about our country, we have already crossed 4 million. We are now on same level as Brazil. You cannot deny this fact. There may be some difference in amount, but daily infections we are number one. More than 80,000, more than 83,000. We are progressing very well. We are gold medalist in this now. In COVID daily cases, for last 3 days it has been more than 83,000. This means our average percentage of COVID patients till now, out of how many tested, is 8.4 or 8.5% of population it is. So if today all are tested, certainly you will find 8.5 crores or 85 million persons or individuals affected by COVID. And this is my assumption. This is forecast, you can say, based on statistics. If 8.5% are revealed, are declared in patients, because total tests cannot be done, they are conducting about 800,000 or like that cases per day or less than that. I don't know what information they give from government website. I take information from there because there is no other reliable source that can give you formal information. This means if these 8.5 or 8 crores, 85 millions are, say, this means they will further affect others. So it would increase. This 8.5 may go to 9%, it may go to 10%, 11%, 12%, and up to 15 maybe. If there is a R factor 1, it may in fact 8.5 more, 8.5%. If there is 1.5 factor, it may 12% more they can infect. So fear shall be, say, 15 to 20%. It should not be. That's why concern is. Concern is not people die or don't die. We know very few people die. It's nothing new. It's all over the world. It's not killing people except those who are already sick. It's killing those. Diabetic patient, high blood pressure patient, or you may say what you call it, obesity people, obesity persons. There are explanations for that. Such disease people or such patients are first prone to this. But once it enters bodies, human bodies, that's a problem. Means it can work there forever. It does not come out of body. No medicine is available which can neutralize it forever. That's where problem lies. How many have been discharged, that's not an issue. How many have been killed, that has not been issue. Okay, those have been killed, have been killed. Have been, destroyed, have been have died, that doesn't mean they are free. Of course, their souls are free, but to whom this virus impacts in and they are discharged, there's a problem for them. It's very serious issue. They have to keep up life in certain way. Otherwise, there is chances that reinfection, of course, would come. So I would simply say that when scientists are saying even ventilators are no use, means unclear, everything is unclear. People do not know what's right and what's wrong. So what should be done in that case? I should say we should be more serious all over the world, and we are not, unfortunately. And I don't know reason for that really. People are egoistic or people are proud, pride in them. Oh no, I don't want to take this protective gears, and you know, it doesn't cost you, it doesn't trouble you, but still you want to keep others in problem. You have no right for that, to extend problems to others. That's not a way. You should help each other and be serious about. That's important. You know, whenever there is a lack of seriousness, problems do come in. It's not for cowards in every field. That you are not serious means something is lapsing there. It lapses if you are not serious. And you are not serious because you don't know facts. When you know facts, it will be too late, that time. You won't be able to recover anything. And that point should be prohibited to come in. And it's only individual can prompt. You have to take your care. And if you don't take your care, then you have no right. Better you don't come out of your home to infect others. But it's never happened because people don't realize what they are doing and they are inviting problems to themselves. Even at shop of chemist I have seen, chemist doesn't wear mask, though chemist doesn't allow others to come in, just to keep outside. I'll deliver medicine there itself to charge money. An individual is there for this duty at doorstep of chemist shop. That individual doesn't wear mask, chemist doesn't wear mask, and half of customers, half of purchasers do not wear mask. So what does it mean? It means, yes, you have kept some squares on floor, this number 1, number 2, and this is safe distance possibly. But you think people abide by all this? First you have to explain yourself, why don't you wear mask? I have gone to chemist many times, where is your mask? I don't say, I just came in. They just pass, explanation like that. I just came in, so I don't use this. If such persons like chemists and responsible persons, educated people, conduct in this manner, what should I say? There is no further explanation on this, because if you do not want to have peace in society all over the world, you can go to that extent. Otherwise, there have been reports that schools were open and there were problems. Something was open and there was problem. It's not clear means why politicians are pushing people to such haphazard conditions and circumstances. They are interested only in their way, and that's what I can say. Nothing more than that. It's only that today when I maybe around 10:30 I get this information, so I am sure we will have crossed 40 lakhs or millions, and that's really, because yesterday it was 39 point, say half, I think 39.45 something. So today we must have crossed, if not today, maybe tomorrow maximum, and we will stand parallel to Brazil. But because our daily infections are higher now, more than 80 or even 70, we are number 1 in world on infections at every day, on every day. This is, very sad issue, very regrettable that our system did not help people to avoid this. So it's too late now. This virus has spread in high intensity and we cannot curtail it. Only way is that we have to take precaution as much as it can be taken. Do not think this as a play, this is a game. This will not impact you. This is misunderstanding because it's not known. It's not known. That's the only point of view. So I would now stop regarding COVID talk here. It's enough for 20 minutes. Now I go to our engineering world, engineering. So I take it also a part of engineering now. This COVID because we are engineering it, we are product, we are using it, using our gears, our PPs, our change of habits because of COVID. So you can say there has been social change. There has been a very drastic social change, and though people say something, but internally they are worried. Some are worried very seriously, and some are not worried because they do not want to understand. Injuring, it's a kind of injuring, unknown injuring. Unknown injuring in a way that we have to take safety care ourselves. It's a point of view of, HSE, health, safety and environment. Health is deteriorated by this, health is harmed by this. Safety we have to take, and because of this, environment should be improved. Now it's not only pollution in environment, it's this, what you call it, they call it, I'm going to say, this liquid droplet, what's the name of this? I forgot name. Well, when drops are available, yes. I forgot. Well, these droplets, aerosol, yes, aerosol. Aerosol, this AEROSOL, this is available where and where? I can't answer and you can't answer because we can't see this, but we can through microscope or electron microscope or whatever device available, that device can show it where it is. So because these are now plenty in air, so we have actually, in addition to pollution, have added this, a kind of attack on everybody, possible attack in air, from air. This is very, even sometimes you walk on road or in public someplace, you do not know, even on your mask it may impact. You sit on your mask or it may sit on your eyes and enter. And nobody knows that. And that's only a criteria to worry about. How even if you are I'm wearing glasses, say, and if it enters my eyes, so it's same thing as it affects me. In eyes, its speed is 50 times than what speed it enters into your nose. So that's this worry. Means it's now a question to decide whether or not I have to walk on road or on footpath, because I don't know where I have to see if there's some place where people are not available. So you can walk there because there are rare chances that aerosol will be available. There are every chance that aerosol is available in your home. If you keep coming and going and somebody comes to your home, sometimes they can carry this aerosol, or your aerosol can enter to your home through your window, annular space, or some where air can enter, and this can also enter. That may not be a case, but there's every probability it would be. In name of God, government has surrendered, but we have not surrendered. In name of God, you cannot say. If it's the name of God, because of God, everything is happening. It's true, it's happening. But because of God, we are also there. Just try to think what I'm saying. If it's happening through God, I accept that. I'm not denying this fact. But we are also there in name of God. So both items are in name of God. When we both are in name of God, so we have to be equally responsible. If COVID is responsible, you cannot say it is responsible. It's doing its job. It's its assignment. But our assignment also exists, that we have to take precautionary measure. We have to keep off this problem So that we are not doing. COVID is not human entity. It's like a machine. Yes, I should say it's a machine. It's like a machine, and you cannot. It's not in your control. It's on its own control. It's working very very efficiently, but we are not taking care. Our machine is not very efficient. Machine is our mind. Our mind is not very efficient. Our minds are dull and rustic, and that's why we on an average I can say we are not worried about this. And that's where once you don't worry, that's what COVID likes actually. You should not worry about it so that it works. It works very efficiently. It works its way, and then you have to welcome it at your home yourself. So both ways, to laugh or to smile, and also to feel serious, both things are there. We cannot do anything else. Though it's true that very few people die of this, but this doesn't mean that there is no problem. Problem is still there. If not today, you may die after some time. What do you do then? If suppose you do not die in quarantine or in isolation, no problem. But what is guarantee that this will not work again? It's that point. Okay, engineering wise, now we are moving further, and we have all subjects in our engineering. When you join your engineering and you come out of your university or wherever institution, you have knowledge of about, I think, 40 to 50 books. Let us say 40 books, or you can say main subjects like mathematics, you can say English, physics, chemistry. That's very elementary. And you can say many subjects of engineering, means very elementary subjects as well as very detailed subjects, like theory of structure is very detailed, applied mechanics, theory of structure, materials, and you can say construction techniques, designs, all total analysis, and how to carry out job professionally, and how to learn technologies, how to get more technologies, how to adapt yourself to those environments where technologies are changing every day, change every day, and they are very rapidly changes enter your profession, and it takes many years for everybody to get that technology, and that too if opportunity is available, because everybody you cannot work in all places, you cannot work in all disciplines of engineering. There is a limit, and that's why when we suppose you are in building, you know a lot about building, and you have to know a lot of building construction, building designs every day or whenever. It depends if you improve yourself, or if you say I do not need, it's okay whatever I am today, I'm happy. Maybe you are happy because you have job, you have money, and you have no problems, but that's not a question here. Job or no job, that's different issue. But update in engineering is very important, and if you do not, means for example, you say concrete itself, concrete which was 50 years back, 30 years back, 20 years back, that doesn't exist today. There were a lot of changes in designs of concrete and carrying out of concrete. There have been so many changes, not only in concrete, in many other materials as well. Roofing material, flooring material, rendering and plastering, fence, or you can say foundations, structures, designs. You will find everywhere something new, and something new. That's what you can say a challenge to update. Challenge, I don't mean to say that somebody will come and challenge you. This means circumstances of engineering, update on engineering, and opportunities. That's very different now. You cannot go slow as well as you cannot go very fast. Both are risky. Going slow means you delay project, or delaying very fast means also you can meet accident. So we have to think that way. There is no dearth of engineers in this country as well as in other country. We have plenty of engineers, but what level of engineers they are, that's a question mark. we speak about skill development. Do we do that? Do those people who are there to teach, are they well skilled? All these are questions. Means skills should be practical done. It's not talking. Skill development is a program everywhere, but that program must be worth. It's not simply saying a skill. If we talk of safety, it's simply real safety. If we talk of quality, it's real quality. And if we talk of work on site, it should be real work on site. That's the criteria only. Means we should not just define excessively and understand nothing. We should be pointed one, clear one, and that's where we lie. Because quality, as we say, quality involvement, quality application, and quality measurement means evaluation of what quality work is, what is quality of that. This is very, very superficial question, but it has to give detailed answer. There is no question of blaming anyone. I don't want to blame anyone because I am also a part of that profession where I want to blame particularly those who are responsible engineers. Because when you talk of engineering, you have to refer to engineers only. Though there are people, other people, but they are not leaders. Engineers are considered self-initiators, proactive and leaders, and proactive is first requirement of a professional. Proactive means you have to start something on your own just to either understand it or just to explain to others what is this and why is this. Every question must be answered. That's what engineering demands. Even its brief, pointed one, that's more reliable than undue explanation of one thing again and again, again and again. That's where engineering lies. And engineering is nothing new according to our assumptions, according to our principles. But in fact, we speak, engineering is very, very old. It's very strong, though name may not be engineering, they are in something else. But contents are engineering content. That we have to be very clear about. We cannot run away from this fact. We have to accept this fact. And if we don't accept this fact shall teach us one day. When we talk about education in engineering, it's a regretful situation. Regretful in a sense that those who are sitting to decide policies, they do not know what engineering is. They know theoretically, but they don't know practically what an engineer should do in field. They themselves make some understanding, okay, this is your job. But these people never go to deserts, they don't do works, or to remote areas where you know really what problems are. Even sometimes you want to do good work and you are not getting backup of that. You are not going support of resources. How can you do that work? That's a question mark everywhere. In cities we talk a lot. We have a lot of facilities, many facilities. Every facility which we need in time, we get it. But it is only in urban areas, in dense urban areas, but what about where work goes on? There is no much work in urban areas in civil engineering. Those cities which have been developed, what shall they? They will not need civil engineers. Civil engineers are required in remote areas where they don't go, or they go with some other minds getting the picture in mind. And you know, it's like a market now. If you are an engineer, you make yourself your drinks and your food and arrange. No one gets supplied to you. And if somebody supplies, there's a rare case. So that means about I can say every engineering branch is different by name, but if you say interactively, all are same. After all, what we do, after all, when I say what actually we achieve, the point is what we achieve. If we say engineering, I talk always engineering. Yes, I talk engineering because it exists. We use mind and do work. And if you don't use mind, we just repeat something. That's not engineering. Means you know something that which item is just selling, or you have a limited explanation. You in a sale is a market. That's not actually engineering. That's just purchase or sale. Engineering means we do something, you produce or make something new, and you improve on that all time. That's engineering. You have to design that first. I'm talking of general. I'm not talking of sale alone. When you have some concept, or there's a machine, say, this machine you want to improve, and for that improvement you want to reduce its HP. I'm going to say this is a high HP machine, BHP, brake horsepower, indicative horsepower, IHP, and real horsepower means that's the practical horsepower, BHP. IHP is indicative. This means whatever machine horsepower is, it will take that much fuel, but output is brake horsepower. Question is, you want less brake horsepower or more brake horsepower, or you want to reduce IHP level of that. That's where engineering lies. Means you want to economize use of that machine simultaneously. You want to improve functioning of that machine, and you want to deliver better product with high quality, or means less time consuming part. So for that you have to conduct research, and research who will conduct? Only engineers will conduct, who deal with that. There's no need of scientists there. Means already machine exists, technology exists. The question is how to make a better equipment or better machine from using existing technology. So you may reduce weight of steel or material that comprise of. So when weight is reduced, means cost is reduced, or you upgrade your parts. It can be, like air conditions. Previously were wall mounted, still wall mounted, but they were heavy, and you have to put it on wall, rest to mount on wall, and then it's go also produce more sound and consume more than 3000 watt power. And now this AC has come down, split air unit, others, and I think they are about 60%, 70% consumption of original one. So there is a saving in electrical energy, and maybe cost is more because maybe there are some expensive parts in that. So question is that means improve and improve and improve depending on newer technologies. That's where engineering job is. Engineering job is not repetition. It means, yes, there is a repetition to some extent as far as design and sale is concerned. Design doesn't mean every day you can change design. You have certain frequency, you can change it, because it should not affect those who are already using designs. Just like in computers, means they keep on changing a lot. You see every company, software or hardware, they keep on changing, and you will find after 5 years or 10 years there's a drastic change in that. Is it due to weight, or due to its functions, or due to additional technologies? It has gone to such a level that if you use one system for some years, and later on you find a whole system new one means you have to learn that again in cases, or in software or. So this is what engineering say. If you talk to them, why you are telling this? Oh no, this technology what can I do? They will not answer this technology, and update and update and update. I do not say that that's wrong, that's right. But question arises, can't it hold for long time, so that you use it, and every day if you have it 6 months you have to learn, or every 1 year you learn, and the same software, but you have to find again some additions or not. Means change is okay, but change should be within toleration limit. You cannot change drastically, or this is day and this is night. Means it's not that. So I'm not against change. I am in favor of change, because change is my job. It's not job change I'm talking. I'm talking change, mindset change, my thinking, what it should be, what it is. How do I conduct? How do I understand? How do I pick up? How do I teach others? How do I convince others? How do I explain to them? And if really I cannot explain, I will explain again and again. Arabic style again and again. I sometimes used to feel irritated why he's telling you again and again. But this is the habit that maybe you can't understand full. Next time you understand full and explain. And third time I explain because I just refresh you. I told you, and I assure you, and I expect you to do it. This is my experience with such cultured people who are from different background, different society, different nationality, and different race as well. And we have to understand psychology of all this. Means when you work with such people which are not from your country, from various other countries, you earn something else there. Means you have to work with many such nationalities. You know their rituals, how they feel, how they conduct, what they mean. So you certainly you will subject to some new information, and maybe you adopt that or don't adopt that. That's different. But when you are compelled to adopt that, then you have to adopt that. So that's what I say. Part of engineering is change, change, and change. Thinking and thinking and thinking. I am support. I'm very much thinking is my favorite. To be very frank, I feel happy when I think something. Of course means it gives you stress and strain. Certainly when you use your mind is such a powerful tool. You don't know even. To be very frank, even those who are very highly educated, they do not know what mind is. It's such a secret God has designed. Scientists could not understand it, doctors could not understand. They treat that statement is different. There's a physical entity. You are treating a physical unit, physical being, and you are just like a human being, and they consider human as a item, or even say article. For doctor, we are article. They do not consider our souls, and they put an injection in. They do not even feel that you are putting in the injection. This is because of their profession. It's their profession. So, but as human being, we have to realize that everything is not same as I think or you think. Engineering is very vast, and if you apply to whole society, it's very, very vast. It's such a vast that education is difficult and experience is difficult, but you may not return with same benefit. You may not get same benefit as you may get somewhere else, where money is only criteria. If you talk to some other person who may not be that educated or educated, even after education, if that person starts business or industry, that person changes mindset. That mindset becomes mindset of an industrialist or a business person, not a person who is logical, who is scientific, who wants. But engineer is a scientific person, logical person. But engineer has also limit, means that person cannot go beyond some line. There's a restriction on that. So that lack of freedom of expression here is a question mark. If I work someone, it doesn't mean I'm servant to that one. If I am employed by someone in whatever position, that doesn't mean that I am slave to that organization. I am a part of organization, part in a way that yes, I'm not original of that, but I am responsible there, and I share responsibility there. That's why I'm there, and I'm paid for that. If I'm not responsible, why shall I be there? They require people, educated people, who can help run their business, who can help promote their business or commerce, who can promote social requirements. Indirectly means everybody we serve all. When we work in engineering, we serve the society, whole society, and even not our country society, foreigners society we support. And that's where it's right. Means if you have to do that, that's the only way. We are in engineering, and engineering is spoiled. I have written something in the Institution of Engineers regarding this. We have to be serious about quality systems. We have to be serious about work on site, and we have to be serious about quality of concrete, like that, and about contracts. Means there are so many points that require attention now. It's very much required, and we don't have that. That's another unfortunate. So engineering is not just a degree or diploma or master's or doctorate. Engineering is total. Engineering, when you come out of diploma or degree, you feel that you know a lot, but I think we start to know from there, not that we know a lot. Means there are so many professors in universities. In each university you go and attend engineering, you will find many 4 or 5 or 6 teachers for you exclusive, and maybe not same day they teach you according to schedule, but without them we cannot learn anything. It's because we are, when we study your kid, You cannot have a responsibility to study yourself. So teachers are required, and those teachers are only theoretical, or you can say academical. And when they are, whether they teach engineering subjects or social subjects or some other civic studies subjects for some mandatory examination, other than that, teachers are not very well experienced on projects, on sites. So there's a, you can say, a kind of, you can say, lack of experience in engineering. And when they themselves cannot they don't know themselves, they are not exposed to activities, physical activities. I don't anticipate, I don't even think that they shall teach students about work. What actually we need? Theories are there, practicals are there, softwares are there, everything is there. And learning of works is very important. Electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, civil engineering, all these are very different type of engineering, but very advanced one. Without this, life cannot survive. That's also important. Means basic requirements of life come from this. You can say electric light comes, or you may say we have machines and we have houses. All these are products of engineering and basics of engineering. Mechanical engineering is very basics, also electrical engineering is very basic, and civil is of course very basic. Other engineerings are not basic. Those engineering come out of engineering, you can say electronics engineering, or you can say IT, or you may say whatever, agricultural engineering or aerospace engineering, or whatever discipline you name it, and you get it. So these are very basics in engineering, and without this a human cannot survive, cannot live comfortably, and means it's like systemless society, facilityless society. If we want to facilitate ourselves, even for a sewer line or a water line, engineers are required. This cannot be done without them. I'm not saying only civil engineers, but other engineers too. Mechanical engineers, they contribute in this infrastructure projects. Electrical engineers contribute when resistivity is required, electrical resistivity, thermal resistivity of soil system, and we put cables and pipes below earth or underground, in open underground. So heat agency from sun applies on that portion, and of course cables run there sometimes or underground due to many reasons, and these cables, because below portion is hot, so we cannot simply say everything is right. Means we have to keep ourselves. What I'm going to say is that engineering profession is very, very vast, very respectable if we are engineers. Otherwise it's nothing, just a program to get a job, and that's it. If you are only interested in job, you get a job and you are happy, then life you cannot make. You cannot make life, because making is very important. It's very difficult actually. Only few person may make, maybe 2-3%, others only they watch and means they watch and work on that, or they have to tell them, they even cannot understand after telling. Some people are there which cannot understand, so it's not their fault as well, because they don't have pick-up power, or they don't take responsibility, they avoid. Either they don't have power or they want to avoid. Either of this is applicable here. Engineering is therefore very different. I don't consider this as education alone. This is not education, this is something higher than education. This is you have to make something, and you have to improve something, and you have to make lives of people comfortable, and you make them enjoy life with responsibility. And that's what engineering is. Means use of, again I say, this is a use of mind so that you can use others for development. And that's where engineering is about. I think it's something like that. If I say that I'm an engineer, this means I am an intelligent person. Intelligent means, doesn't mean self-appreciation. Intelligent means use of mind. And without use of mind, no one can be engineers, to be very frank. Not only engineer, other disciplines also, like science, Bachelor of Science or Master of Science, or even arts. Of course, the high level of mind is not required there, but some is required. in commerce, everywhere use of mind, and higher level of use of mind is because this is use of mind with conception, means use of mind with view, or the visionary you are, or your mind is so fast, so dream, so what do you call it, I mean so intuitive, having power of occult or stamina of occult. Then you can arrange imagination, design of imagination. These characters, this what I say, these powers, these capacities of mind can these generate waves, which you call in art of imagination. And this art automatically, when you get imagine, that certain picture, this may be creation of your own thought or otherwise. In both cases, picture is a picture, but that picture has indication. That picture is there because you have to understand that picture and do your work. That's what it is. This is another kind of engineering, which you may call it a spiritual arrangement, or you may call it a soul power. Is that engineering? Which powers is your teacher? Which powers is your power means you have to use that power that God has given you as a part of system. And this power is not, you cannot purchase this power. That's another point. This power is not available in shops, and you have to use this power automatically from within yourself. And that's where, it's called really top class power. It's not saleable, it's not purchasable, it's achievable, it's, it's, you can say, something you can't even describe how you got it. Or you may say it's a gift of God. Yes, you can say equivalent what gift of God is, but you can't, you can't say that it's easy. When you work, God feels happy. That's also true. If you work for this earth in whatever capacity, whatever good way, means positive way, not a destructive way, constructive way, a way we have to develop something for earth, God feels very happy that you are doing the job for which your design was done, or you have produced, you are sent to do this earth. Well, I think God is happy in that moment. And when you do really, you move it every day, every moment you work. Of course you take rest, I am not saying that, but then I think God is very happy, feels very happy that this soul is good one. Just like mother and father say, our son is very good, or our daughter is very good. Same way, God doesn't say. It gives you something that you feel that God is with you, it's working with you. Because when you work, it helps you, it gives you energy, more energy. And someday you might have, you're busy for so many days and you don't feel tired ever. You don't feel any degree of any fatigue, and you still want to do more work. Though sometimes you forget your food time or lunch time, and even then concentration is increased, so degree of concentration rises, and that's what is energy is. Concentration, it removes your headache. Even sometimes you are concentrating something, you are using mind, that energy which was there in mind is now removed, and it becomes a concentrated power, so you don't feel headache in that case. Or if you take some hot water, you don't feel headache, because hot water particles go there and they condense those particles, which were gas forms in your mind. So what I was describing is not as a medical person, but only as a common sense person, a person who can think something. Your job is only to think, means think something, don't think everything, think something and think for what you are doing, and that's enough. Thinking is unit that starts very small level. From this doesn't come in a big way at once. It comes one by one. You get chain supply of very small words, you can say, small thoughts, you can say, or small atoms even. And when it comes a couple sequence to you, it's a continuous supply, and you get that. It's a continuous supply. You get enormous collection, and that collection forces you to think on that, and that force gives you power, and you, when you get enough quantity into your basket and you work on that, you certainly progress and get results. So that's another kind of engineering actually. It's, you may say, psychological engineering, you may say that, but it is actual engineering which gives you a healthy mind, healthy environment around you, and that's, you can say, that helps you do everything. And that help is very important, very significant from every viewpoint. And I feel that many times that I am getting energy. Sometimes you do not even know what you are going to do, right? Okay, we'll go out, just say I'm going to office, and you don't know what you're going to do office. There's no program you set. But when you go there, I don't know what happens. You start working something. You find, there are so many pending activities. I'll take out one file and work on that. And when you take out that file and you start, okay, this is pending. Oh, this note was there that day. I did not remember. Come on, I do on this. I have to respond this. I have to do this. Happens. Sometimes mind is at rest. You don't even know what you did and you sleep. But mind did not allow you to sleep. Okay, come on, get up, and you get up. That's what I say. And particularly for engineers, I am saying, not to others. Because mind of engineers is really exclusively different. Mind of everybody is there, but in engineering, mind is burning. It's a burning mind. It's burning not like fire. Burning means it's a mind to do something. Your mind does not allow you to not to do something, but to do something. Mind of engineer is such that it's not restive, it's active. And if your mind is restive, then I don't know how you passed engineering. You can never pass. Because engineering is a hunger. Means you are going to be an engineer, means you should be hungry. And if you're not hungry, you can't be engineer. Engineer means is that. You cannot sit down and say, oh, I am an engineer, I sleep. I am an engineer and I am going to sleep. So you are sleeping engineer? Sleeping means, can you, after passing engineering, stay without work? I am not saying job, I am saying work. Can you stay without work once you are an engineer? Think on. Think on. You may not get money. You may not get anything. Even then, you can't sit. And if you sit and sleep, then you forget that you are an engineer. You remember when you studied, you had to study, 12, 13, 14 hours a day, 15 hours a day, depending on your state's examination time or other time. And in engineering, examination time and other time are no different. Because engineering is full of numericals. Engineering is full of mathematics. It's full of derivations. It's full of empirical formula. It's full of theories. It's full of explanations. It's full of practicals. It's full of imaginations. It's full of something comparatively. So there are so many, you can say, layouts in engineering which you have to pass through, you have to go through if you want to qualify as an engineer. And if you don't do that, then who can qualify you? These are only questions that come in examination based off these layouts, structural layout. You can say engineering structural layout, that you have to design, you have to calculate, you have to think, you have to read, understand, you have to read it, you have to go through theory of that, you have to go to experiments on that, you have to go to laboratory testing, you have to go to understand what you are going to do for something. So these all points come to you when you work in field, and all these points require your attention as well. Means it's not simply, no, you have to understand. You have to understand each and every subject. You have to understand each and every chapter of subject. And even if after you may passing is not a question here. Either you pass engineering and you are after passing you can't be engineer until you experience that. Experience is more important than theory. Theory, maybe theory means theories are available. Somebody produced that and it's working, but theory is to some extent only. Work is to all extents. When you understand work, then theory is also understandable. And if you don't see practice, you don't see how it results, how it works, means you have theory. You can say, oh, concrete, I got so many ingredients that you mix them this ratio and got it. Okay, that you know, in one paragraph you can say this is concrete. Can you do that? You have, when I was young also, student also, we got it. Oh, only these 4 or 5 items are there, it's very easy, means this is concrete. But we did not know there's so many plus and minuses in that. Oh, aggregate. Oh, sand, aggregate, what's aggregate? Okay, water, cement. Okay, I know concrete. That is what, when you know nothing, you say, I know everything. When you know nothing, and those who know nothing, they say everything. And those people who know nothing about anything and they, I can decide about this, and they decide. See, there are two ways. Either you have to be very intelligent to decide something, or you have to be duffer to decide something. There's no way in between. Making decisions, you have two qualities you must have. One is you know nothing about that, and other is you know everything about that. Keep in mind this, very good formula. Those people who know nothing about something, those people can decide anything. Because they are decision makers. They do not think plus and minus. Okay, they will say only money. I get benefit in this, okay, I decide this. If benefit is same, they decide it, nothing else. Means that is money oriented, that is wealth oriented decision, which doesn't need anything else, just to see I will get this much out of this and do it. There's another person who is very intelligent. That person knows everything about this subject, and he will not decide like you are deciding. He will think 100 times. He will consider every option. That person considers every risk factor. That person considers, oh, this is really required or not required, or this is worth. After having so many options of considerations, that person will take a decision, and that's called scientific decision. Other person is not taking, he did not have a scientific decision. He just decided, and that's it. Because I have power to decide, I decide, that's it, nothing else. So there are two ways, which way you want to adopt. You have to see all those people who have money, who have wealth, they think of wealth only. They can't, they say, oh, we can hire technology. For them, technology is hired, they can hire technology, they can hire educated class. This is like, a commodity for them. I am an engineer, I can be hired by someone. I am not engineer for him, I am just a staff. Oh, I have so many engineers. Oh, see, that person is so qualified, I can use him there. I can show that person a member of my company, or staff of my company, or director of my company. For that purpose, those people employ you, not for anything else. And when you do something else, they say, okay, you are paid for that. That's it. You are paid for that. It's a job. They won't appreciate. Sometimes they may appreciate diplomatically. Okay, take this facility, take that facility, because they want to retain you. Due to that, means if you are good for them, if because of you they are getting benefit, they are getting success in business. So from that point of view, I can say, they say, okay, fine, you do this and that. But that's not realistic, that's not really what they want of you. They want to use you as a asset, means you are their asset, practical asset as well as company's asset. You may be director of that company, it doesn't mean that they love you, forget this. It's because they use you. And you are for use, because you are getting paid, that's it. You can't deny that fact. You are getting your salary, you are getting your remunerations. What else do you want? Nothing else you want this much only. So what I mean to say is, sometimes we have no other way because of class faction. We need money, we need job, and we do it. Whatever qualification you have, that's only for namesake. And your destination was that job and you got it. Your destination was not business. Your destination was not that you will reach that level, and that because that person can do. Your owner can do, because he has only decision power of money. His decision is money based. Your decision is not money based. Your decision is status based. You think you got some status by being director in that company, but you don't understand that person who appointed you is nothing in that company but everything in that company. This is difference. It means you can be sold, that person can buy, only that is difference. Yes, try to come to do something, lead in market, then I can say you are educated. If you can do that, means if you can use your knowledge for development, and if you can lead others, and you can lead yourself in business or in industry, then that is different. Means then you are not, then you are a creator. You can be called a creator. You can design something, you can bring something new, and which can change society, and that's where education works. Employment is one part of life, but not all part of life. When we say in engineering, improve, 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 and that's what improves all of us. You have to improve, means improve. Improvement means that you have to improve it. What I'm saying is very, very different from each point of view, particularly because of, I'm concerned, I'm not talking of scientists here, I'm talking of engineers, and particularly engineers who develop everything. Imagine if there is no electrical energy, what shall happen? And you also imagine if there is no mechanical work, if there is no mechanical work, no machines, no transport, what shall happen? Electromechanical civil is a combination. These are complementary group, you can say groups, electrical, civil and mechanical. Without each other they cannot survive. Of course there is a priority, because priority means you need something first, and something first is natural material. Something first is natural material, and if you have that natural material, I mean to say, you know how to use natural material, that is civil. First, how to use natural material, and then how to use natural material is mechanical, because they also take natural material, steel, or you can say other items, fiber, aluminium, or whatever they are, turbines, they use that one, mechanical items, steel. Similarly, electrical, which is energy, different type of energy, dynamic energy, fire energy, that is different mode, but these three move together. There's not that time that only by stones you can make houses, by lime and stone you can make houses and live with that or use that. That time does not exist now. That there was a time, it's called Stone Age, maybe they call it Stone Age. Stone was a dominating factor. It dominated that time. Stone was everything. Use of stone, it's a natural mineral material, natural material. Is of course still today is same, but is in different form. Same stone we are using in concrete, crushed stone, and same dust we are using, crushed dust coming also from stone, and we are also using cement, which is also stone, is limestone and silica stone. So if you say still stone is there, but in different form. We are using water, which also comes from stone. It's stored in reservoirs. It's stored in a reservoir of stone. That's rock reservoir of, you can say that reservoir is sea or ocean. That's also a reservoir. Of course, we do not know the dimensions of that, we know size of that, but sea and these oceans are also reservoirs, because these are reservoir this made reservoir by stones, and that's rock. So rock supports, you can say, rocks supports your sea. That's where it's important, and I say that stone is there everywhere. We call concrete artificial stone in our language, not in writing language, but in common language. It works as artificial stone, and that is concrete. Concrete is a stone because aggregates are here, that stone aggregate. Fine sand we call fine aggregate, this sands, the dust, and cement is limestone plus silica, major part, so that's also stone. means we have just refined that stone to such individual products, and we later on use those products, which call them ingredients of concrete. Ingredients means say fine aggregate, coarse aggregate, cement, water, and other admixtures. All these are ingredients which come into together and mix up and used. That's called concrete, but it's stone ultimately. It's called the manufactured stone, you can say. It's not natural stone. All other stones are natural. It may be granite, it may be sandstone, limestone, or else basalts or whatever. All these are natural products, natural formations. We do nothing in them except we rock them and cut to size. Other than even flagstones used on roofing, flagstones used on footpath. So all are natural materials. So ultimately, you can say natural is engineering. We are based on nature. If nature doesn't help us, there can be no engineering. That's the solo of this. This is solo point, you can say. Solo approach of engineering. So engineers have a responsibility for nature because we are part of nature in our profession. Tell me, any engineer which part you make yourself other than natural support? Do you use something without natural support? Tell me any material you use that doesn't come from nature. It comes from nature. Only its identification of material is important. Chemicals identification, and whatever you use, identification of that, and even thoughts and the forces are natural. We consider the design so much, but after all, that's natural. Weight is natural. It's not my given or your given. It's natural. Weight of stone, weight of aggregate, weight of human being, weight of beds, metal articles, how much live action and that action and live action and this action and that action. We take all that is available. That's what I say. Engineering has to change because change is its job. Engineering has to rethink because thinking is its job. It's not rethinking in stages every time. In every act, we have to rethink and rethink and rethink so that we can improve it further. That's rethinking process. Improvement is a result, one result. It's a part result. It's a continuous result. Improvement never ends. Improvement never ends. It goes on and on and on. It never ends. It cannot end because this is improvement. Improvement. Prove. IMPROVE. Improvement means prove is a part of that. Prove it. Positive proof. Improvement is positive proof, and there's a negative proof as well, which is rejection. So we have to prove it everything every time. We have to establish whatever we think that's workable. It may be formula, it can be material, it can be technology, or it can be whatever. Whatever it is, it's improvement, it's proof. You have to prove, and improve applies to engineering all times. Engineering is never constant. Yes, mathematics involved in engineering is constant. It cannot change, but product can change. Product's property can change. Mechanics cannot change. Formula cannot change. Weightage cannot change. Gravity cannot change. But application, how to apply it, that can change. How to modify that can change. So changes have been there. RCC itself is a change, though it's not new, but it's that. RCC, foam concrete, plain concrete, or you can say such changes on our activities, our items, our development, whatever is there, is because of engineering. So I say what value I give to engineering, and that value is that we have to think and improve. That's where requirement lies in. That is where requirement it is. That is requirement where we have to think about. Engineering is something, it's not fresh one, we can say. It's not fresh one as well as it's not obsolete. It's old, but continuously renewing, like nature, nature renews every day. Every day it renews itself. New, a new sun. Sun is of course not new, but we see it is new. So morning till evening, there's always change. Sunrise to sunset, there's always change. Night starts and throughout night, morning again back. So there's already change. Every second there is a change. Weather change, mind change, body change. Every time there's a change. Just like we say in meteorology, or we can say in material science, that no radioactive, every material is radioactive, and it keeps on changing and changing and changing. Ultimately we say this is material, elemental material, this keeps on changing its form, its structure, and at end goes to final product, it's called radioactive lead. So ultimately everything is lead. Do you understand this point? It's a very important point. If you think, certainly you'll get something. If you think. And if you don't think, you will not get anything. That is life, point of life. And if I adopt this policy, you adopt this policy, we can change every scenario in engineering. The world has changed, we have not changed, that's the only problem. Our shortcoming is that we are lethargic society. We are society that shows only. We are not society that accepts risk. We rarely accept risks. We rarely learn lessons. Rarely. Only few people can learn, others do not learn. For them just it's okay. We want to live and live. But engineering is not that. Engineering says you have to use your mind for further improvement, further research. That is your job. And if you do that job, then you are real engineer, irrespective of what you did. And if you do not do that, you are not engineer. Quality in engineering, construction, oils, very important point. Quality, as we say. I always say quality is very bad in our country, and I think engineer community will not like it. I shade like that. Yes, sometimes truth is very difficult to accept. You cannot accept truth, and you shall respect fake statements. You shall respect something deceiving you. You shall welcome that, because you do not know what truth lies behind. You see that showroom, and if you decide this showroom what says, that's final. I say you are in wrong track. When I claim that our concrete, particularly concrete, I say, is not to requirement at international level, or forget international level, at engineering level I should say, because first of all we don't want to understand or learn, and even if we learn, we don't want to do that. We just want to do something which we did, or our lecturer or professor taught us, or what is normally done in field. We always say good industrial practice for something. Yes, if this activity is a part of good industrial practice, we say, just to justify that activity. And that's true also. Means industrial work is there. Engineering means industry. Engineering means life, and engineering means development. Industrial is first development, because the purpose of engineering is to industrialize where there is no industrialization. That's first economical requirement, because engineering is related to both economies. Economies for nation, part of development, and also economy at level of activity. Both are economies. Maybe you people never consider that, but there is two economy. What's macroeconomy and what is RT or is activity economy. Engineering, you can say this is a new word maybe, that activity engineering or activity economy. And here economy is not of money. Money is one link, but there are so many other links. It should be sustainable activity. Whatever, there are hundreds of activities on every project, hundreds, more than hundreds, and those activities should be environment supported. Those activities should be human supported. Those activities should be, pleasant and should be easy one, so that everybody can understand, can apply that one. No complexity in that, easy way of working. And people are successful as well. They know what to do, what not to do, how to do, how not to do. That point they know very well. Now, why you think, maybe you think unnecessary, he talks every day, same thing. Do you think it's same what I talk? Do you think I'm not talking right? And if you think I'm not talking right, you have your choice. Why I always feel concerned, I feel strained about this. We are wasting natural material if we do not do it with requirement of quality, with requirements of durability or reliability of use, reliability of requirement, and because whatever we use for, we take that from nature. So nature is devoid of that. Whatever material was available somewhere, we have taken out from there and put in our building or somewhere else. What for? It's because of availability of that. To be very frank and very clear, I understand. I study like that, I read like that, this is my observation, since ISO 9001 was introduced long back, and its journey till 2015. So many changes appear, so many changes happen. Why changes happen? Because of originally what was thought did not work. There was misunderstandings and misapplications in that. What was originally thought for could not be delivered. So I accept that. Doesn't matter. If you think change is necessary, change it. But change, real change. Not that in other countries this is happening and we don't know this. I agree. In other countries, you can say few countries, I can't say all countries. You take example of Iraq before, not now. I don't know what's happening now. You take example now. Some people are really foolish. I don't know what's the reason why I should block this man better. He wants to have sex. I'll show him what sex is. These bloody fools waste time for nothing. I thought good morning and listening this nonsense. Let him go to hell. I blocked him. He wants sex. What nonsense these are? This is a message. Idiots. You don't understand. Foolish people. I blocked. Finished. Once I'm talking something, he is sending message, I want to have sex with you. What does it mean? Really? This is what? This is our country? I am saying thank you, good morning, and he is giving me this message. Yesterday also one man from Gujarat, he became friend and later on said, he sent some blue film. I immediately blocked that person. You are black mark on this country. Idiots. So I was talking of quality anyway. They don't understand to whom they are talking actually. You think engineers are of that nature? Those people are born mental. I'm mental because I'm an engineer. Mind what? Mental doesn't mean mad. This means a person who uses mind is mental. So you think I'm that? I'll waste my time in that rubbish activity? I'm telling all friends, don't send me messages like this. I hate such messages. You have time, you enjoy your time. Why are you asking me to do that? Yeah, I am in video, I am live, I am talking to people. You are sending me this message. You are calling me on video call and talking to me nonsense. You think people are sitting there for this only? It disturbed my beliefs. I was talking of quality and this. Naked people they are. Load on this country. So, gentlemen, keep apart that I'm heated up because of this. Every day, since I talk for hours, 2 hours, I get such messages, useless messages. And I don't like it. They just overload messages here on my talk. And I delete all them unnecessarily. So quality, IS 9001, first of all we have to understand basics of that. What is after all IS 9001? What is after all that? Do you understand facts? People say, all these companies say, we are ISO 9001 certified. This is wrong conception. Completely wrong conception. No one is certified by ISO 9001. ISO does not do any certification. Its mandate is different. Its mandate is not that. ISO is mandated to establish standards of quality. Various standards, not quality alone. It has to establish standards. Environment standards, quality standards, and many other standards. Safety standards. And it is a long list of standards. And this is an international body. So we have to understand difference. ISO 9001-2015 is a part of that. That part is for quality system, for quality, total quality system you can call it, requirement of quality system. It doesn't mean that if you have studied, you people write ISO 9001 certified. No, you are not. This is not job of ISO. It doesn't give any certification to anybody regarding standards of materials. It doesn't give that. The standards of products, of goods, it doesn't give any certification. This is wrong conception, and everybody in world writes ISO 9000 certified. Means you do not know you are writing certified. You see your certificate who certified you. Did you see a registrar certificate? There are registrars authorized by ISO 9000. They don't go to certify on behalf of ISO. They certify on behalf of audits they conduct. And that is compliance of provisions of ISO 9000. But you are certified. You are not certified by ISO 9000. This should be clearly understood by every company or person. You are not ISO 9000 ISO certified. You are compliance certified. Your certified means what you did, what you wrote for you, and what was approved and what was accepted by registrar. You are complying with your own system. It doesn't mean you comply with ISO 9000. Under ISO 9000 provisions, you have mandated, you have described yourself, you have described your policies, your written system, and that system you are complying with. That is the certification, nothing else. ISO 9000 got no relation to your work. They have some guidelines, and based on those guidelines you prepared your guidelines. Means you are having sub guidelines online to ISO 9000. You comply with those guidelines, those methods. That's it, nothing else. And but public like it. Even I have seen our institution of engineers, they say ISO is certified. Such a great institution of this country, chartered institution of this country, they also use same language. Unfortunately, I did not say to them you are wrong, but they should. Do you think I should say them? Such a high profile body, I should not say them, because problem is analysis. Again, it comes to same point. Analysis is a problem in our country. We are not able to analyze, and engineering means analysis. Remember, when I say think and do, this means analysis. Thinking is analysis, nothing else. Analyze and do it, and do means synthesis it. What does it mean? Analyze and synthesize. Analyze To synthesize is journey of engineering, it starts from station analysis, means analyze. Then it goes to a station that's called synthesize. That's it. When I use word think, this means professional answer is analysis. Analyze. When we start some building design or some structural design or whatever design, or you join some study, for example, you want to start, some people ask me what should my son do or my daughter do, which course is better, which one you want, you are an engineer, to tell me. I always answer, never force your kid. Ask your kid rather than asking me. It's better to confer with your son or daughter, you counsel with them and seek opinion what's in their mind. It's not necessary one should be an engineer or doctor. It's not necessary one should be a professor. It's your interest. Do not keep money factor in mind. Keep interest factor in mind. You may have many options. Your kids may have many options. That requires thinking. And if you are able to think in this stage of 18 to 20, you can be a best person in future. It's not necessary everybody should be in one track. It's not necessary. Not at all. One cannot be in every track, and every track is not for one. It's up to you. How do you want to lead your life? What are your ambitions? There is no definition of this. If your son thinks that he has to be that one, put in that profession rather than forcing him, go to engineering university, go to that. Nothing is final in life. Nothing is final. It's interest. Don't ask me. Yes, I would suggest it. Yes, if you are interested to make engineering future, go to engineering. And also in where you are, do you want to do engineering? Think of. What do you want to do engineering? When I was very small, you can say age of 10 to 12 or in 8th or 9th standard, maybe less I think. Then, I wanted to be sometime, I want to be railway guard, sea guard, views, flag and train moves. Means thought was different. Or when there's a problem in our electrical maintenance, light goes off. Some days electricians come from substation and they stand on ladder and people look at them, see they are rising and many people standing and oh such a VIP, you see. Mind thought that, see this person has come and everybody is behind them. And means this person is very important, very reputed, so I want to be electrician. Means it depends on where you are. Means sometimes your opinions, your observations push you to think, and sometimes your interest pushes you to think, but you cannot decide. You have to read every option, consider every option, see advantages and disadvantages of that. Only then you can do something. And if you cannot analyze, you have completely different ways, say you have no power to think, then of course you can discuss with your parent or with some known people. But it's not, I think it's a rare case. Every child knows what future that expires. I think I have something like that, Yes. Some student wants to be cricketer, some wants to be wrestling. I have seen I talk to them. I want to be because they do not wrestlers. I want to be cricketer. I want to this and that. Okay, it depends on its time. Don't jump immediately. Let students study properly and let students learn, and you examine yourself what you do. Unfortunately, parents don't consider that. Parents don't take interest in their kids. Even to know what you taught, what you learned in the school today, tell us what you learned and what your teacher said to you. Means they have no interactive capacity these days. Okay, student came, come on, take food, rest or go to game. That's not your duty. Okay, you are not educated, fine, but you can talk to your kid. What did you learn today? My father used to be. Yes. He used to beat me also. Why? My father was good in mathematics, though he was not very highly educated, but he knew mathematics and he, okay, sit down. what that's called in our Hindi language when I was saying your questions, mathematical questions like labh hani question. Labh means profit and hani means loss. If you went to shop, you bought so many kilogram milk, 1 kilogram is so much, you paid that much. It's like that questions, and labh hani we call them, you have got that much profit plus or as minus. So I did not understand, and I could not, because concept was not clear at that time. Raj, I think is class 3 or 4. So he knew very well. He used to take a stick and you don't understand this. I told you many times. And my teacher did not tell me, but my father was a big teacher for me. He used to use a stick on this, because mathematics is a different subject. It does not require language, it requires concept. Mathematics means real mind subject. If you think first application of mind is mathematics, where logic works. If you learn mathematics and you start learning it, I mean to say if you pick up mathematics, it is very difficult, of course, but it's very payable. It's difficult, but it pays. He pays what? It pays your mental capacity. And not about English, but mathematics or arithmetic or mensuration. You should not say mathematics even. Mensuration or calculations, you can say. Calculations. This itself breeds your mind, generates and ignites your mind, because without action of your neurons, you cannot understand maths. This means math generates neurons. English does not generate. And maths generate neurons, so you can understand other calculations like calculation of physics, calculation of chemistry, calculation of engineering. Then you become more and more receptive for those calculations. That is what mathematics is called. Means that they say if your mathematics is good, you can go to that line where mathematics is required. So simple. You can go to science, you can go to engineering, where maths is important. Don't think English or some other language, that's only language. But maths is different language. This is language of God. Maths. Do you know that? English is not language of God. Sanskrit is not language of God. Maths is language of God. Because system is based on maths. Everything is based on maths. You can see 24 hours we decided for round clock. So this is maths. A fraction is 1 hour, and then further fraction is minute, and further fraction is seconds. This is maths. System of whole system working. This is maths. Astronomy is maths. Tell me where there is no math. This means everywhere is engineering and science, because maths means engineering, and maths means science, and maths means accountancy, and maths means everything except politics, except diplomacy, and except common sense. Maths is something that burns you or that makes you. If you do not understand maths, you are a mati ka bhoot. You know mati ka bhoot? A identification or a statute of soil which has no bones in it and no soul in this and no mind in this. Mathematics. Its job here, Matha, M-A-T-H, mathematics. Mathe we say in our language, Matha or Mathe. Mathematics. If you go to our cultural studies, not only in this country, everywhere in the world, you will find domination of mathematics in life. And that mathematics is same language all over the world. You can't change that. That's language of calculation, language of numerals, language dominated by decimals and powers and subscripts, under root, cube root. It everywhere is available. All world knows it. An accepted language. It's like drawing, in which we say drawing is language of engineers. So calculation is a language of systems. Calculations means just like computer system, you say it is a system, or processing unit you call it. or you can say whatever you call it, ultimately, what's working in that? Bytes are working in that, bits are working in that, machine language is working there, We say digital. What is digital? 0 and 1 are digital, nothing else. You know it very well. Everybody knows. One knows computer, that 0 and 1. There is no 2, no 3, no 4. If you see combination of 0 and 1, this is complete machine language. We know it very well. But we know only, after knowing you forget that, that's it. Go and see digital language, you will find so long. A is this and B is this and C is this and 1 is this and 2 is. Complete formula is there. How many zeros are there, how many ones are there, which is prior and which is later. That is what digital language is. So 0 and 1 only start off counting means that is given you computer system. Start only. So if you 2, 3, 4, if you use that one, how long shall you go? That's what mathematical is very powerful tool for your life. If you understand this, because mathematics use minus and plus, otherwise you cannot use minus and plus except in लाभ हानि का सवाल. That was how my father used to beat me for that. Because I was kid, I didn't remember it. It was to be inculcated to mind. But when you study, means your mind has to be opened, and once it's open, then you can move yourself. So when I say engineering, basics of engineering is calculation. If you now cannot calculate, then why do you go to engineering world? That's why I say, if you can't calculate anything, don't go to engineering studies, go to arts studies then. You have to analyze that. Your kid cannot analyze, but you can analyze how better is my kid. I have one of my relatives' son and my sister's son. He doesn't take any interest in it. I told him many times, so learn it. No, I don't understand that. Psychologist said, there's a mindset. Psychologist said means I can't understand this. If you have that psychology, I can't understand this. Nobody can teach you. You may go to 10 years to study one class. You can't learn that because your mindset is different. He could he could learn foreign language and got job on that. See, it's fate. You don't know something, but you know other thing. He got some other language and he got job on that also. So his life is different now. What is this? The question is not of job or money. Job or money shall come and shall go. That's not permanent with you. But till death, and I should say post death, your soul is filled with mathematics or science or engineering or whatever. You are an asset to this world. Not only this world, you are asset of that power too. That power, God power. Because that power can use you. You think this world belongs to, is owned by God, and God doesn't want improvement of this. God certainly wants to have more and more improvement of this world, of earth. Because this belongs to God, not to me or to you. So God finds assistants, God finds staff for that work. And maybe I am one of them, maybe you are one of them, who knows? Because those who are doing something good for this world, for earth, I think those are all assistants of God, or you can say employed by God for something, and only then they can work. Everybody cannot work. All others are there to assist those, or to work physically for such, and others or who are not even doing that, they are liability, you can say, nothing else. You may say this is your previous birth fruit, this and that. That's our assumption. But we are all here on this earth to help God improve this earth, to make it better than its whatever shape now and was, and in current time whatever it is, we have to make it further better, so that this helps, this is used by everyone, and it has value more than what it is every time. So that's what I think God's philosophy is. When something comes to mind and it doesn't come on its own, and particularly when something comes to my mind when I talk, I don't even decide before talking what shall I talk to you. Sometimes it happens, and it happens for many hours. Sometimes I remember one time continued for 2 hours without having any thought what to talk to you. This happened in many cases last year. I kept on talking and talking and talking, and something came to mind. This means there is some power with you which we do not feel otherwise. When feel only when we start doing something, when we start doing some study or some work I will do, something comes into mind. This means there is something happening around me, some power, or maybe my own soul, I can't say that, my own soul or God is there. Maybe my own soul knows something, is lot better than what I know. And this power is my power, and that this power is machine, you can say, or you can say I am machine for that power. Both ways it's okay until it's my machine, my power machine, that power. It's my body. I have to use it this way. So maybe that's the case. That's what I say. Analysis versus synthesis, both are opposite to each other, but both are very, 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 very important. They cannot survive otherwise. It's very important that they survive itself. And they can survive only when you can think of them. That is very important one. So when I state, I now relate it to engineering again, that engineering is never done in isolation. It's done in combination with all other fields. It's a related world. Engineering is a related world because it relates to everybody. If you want to improve engineering, we have to understand quality first. Not to do it, but to understand first what is quality. What's given in books is not complete and is just very, very small part of quality. Means you cannot impose something until you understand that. Why do we need quality? That's my first point. Why after all? And why do we need engineering? That's also one point. Why do we need engineering? What's the sole purpose of that? What is definition of engineering? So I should say that one. First we have to define engineering. It's not same thing we are professionally defined, but we have to define intellectually, spiritually what is engineering. That system we have to understand first, and then after that only, once we realize what's the meaning of engineering, we can move forward, we can move further. And it takes a lot of time of life to understand what is engineering. If you are an engineer because you are a graduate or you are a BE or you are ME, no. That's only academics. That's not, it's not, practical. That's academic. You were taught by your teachers, by your professors, and guided by them. See how reach to level ME or PhD. But that level is theoretically okay. You have got that. But can you do that? That's the point. You may say it depends on job. Yes, it depends on job. That's I agree. But those who are in jobs, are they doing something? I'm not sure. I'm not interested in technical papers. No, that's not my interest. That's your research. You write something. But what happens? Whatever we learned in theory, can we do that? Whatever we learn from wherever part of world, whatever part of world, whatever you learn in engineering, can you do that? That's the big question mark. When you go to field, can you see same things happening as given in engineering, or it's different? You cannot know that because whatever you studied in their books was very small part of engineering. There were volumes of numericals, there were volumes of mathematical action questions, but real theory, she taught, you learned, is limited, very limited. And that's why it happens that you got very good degree, very good knowledge, but when it comes to implementation, it comes to execution, you are lost somewhere. What is that? And that's where the requirement of experience, and that experience you should have. And if you have that experience, that's fine, that's not bad. I take some water. It's already about 1:45. It's 1 hour 49 minutes, so about 2 hours I can say. I will take water. So what I said about this is really very, very, I say, relevant, that we have to understand quality first. And if you do not understand quality, we cannot do anything. Quality is very important for us. Application of quality is second, first is understanding quality. If you do not understand, what shall you do? Tell me. Quality you think is same that you have learned? Is there no augmentation on that? No further piling up of that? You depend on same? It always keeps on changing. It always keeps on changing, and you have to understand always. Quality is something not in hands. It has to be achieved. Your hands only can do something. Your crew can do something. But quality is to be achieved. That achievement is called engineering improvement. Quality is not defined in papers. And whatever is in mind, you can define that. You have to do that. Even if it is written, it doesn't mean anything if you cannot do that. Means some people say this is document only for purpose of document and filing. Those people cannot understand quality. Those consider this as an engineering document. Some used to say professional document. Yes, it is a professional document. It's not to be filed in. It should be worth working. If it's not workable, then this is no use document. Forget professional document. If I write something that this should be done in that way, then it should be done. It means that it should be done. It means it is business. It doesn't mean that it is void. And if you do not experience by doing that, you cannot know what you wrote, whether it was right or it was wrong. That's the main point of that. And if you cannot do that, you cannot do anything else. Quality is like, kala. Kala. Kala doesn't mean film kala, it means art. And art is never constant. Art keeps on changing and refining. Kala, Q-E-L, kala. Kala, quality. It's an art. You have to reflect yourself what you think about this. That's quality. How better you can make, that's quality. How much more reliable you can make, that is quality. With same cost, with same time, with same liability, but more worth. Whatever it is, whatever. Quality. They say we improve quality, but we experience product and you will find this worse, worse than it was before. So where is improvement? If you want to change one or two items and you say, see, we updated this. That's not update. Some people do it so fast, they don't even check it, they don't even examine that by practice, that whether or not it's working. This means you are in competition only in improvement. You want just to write that we added this onto that. Adding on top of that is not required. Function is required. Performance is required. Performance. And performance is what? You should not be explained about that. You should know that. Performance is what is expected of something. That something should do that. That machine should perform that way. That machine should give you that product or process part. And that's where engineering stands. Quality is not simple quality. People confuse with workmanship. Workmanship is different. I am not talking of workmanship. I am talking of entire process. Entire process is quality. Even in one step if you miss, your complete system changes. It's like a process train on plants. Process train is a complete circuit, then one process train. And in continuation of this, another process train, and then another process train. all three are linked, or maybe they are in parallel. There is complete process, chemical action, reaction, physical action, reaction, and ultimately final product or final process product for further action. Quality is that. Total quality, why do we call it total quality? Means it's not only one quality of one stage, it's total quality of process. Whatever process you design for something, for factory, for industry, for plants, for construction, or for whatever designs, that process should be continuously contained in, protected in, and made in such a way that its results are optimally based. That is quality. Means when system itself is well defined and done and carried out in a way, in a conducive way, you shall find results of that which are productive results. Here is the question of what quality is. It's process quality. If our process is reliable and we comply with that, certainly product which we get or deliver shall have all those inputs in that. And that's where we can say it's a quality enriched product. Quality enriched or quality valued means more than we described in, we give you that. More than we specified on that, we give that. And that's where we call value is added to that. Value on value. There was a value before also, but we added something on that by our results, by our research, and you are getting additional quality, additional value, and that's called value added product. Value added service we say. Value added on that outside. Value engineering it's called. We did engineering and we also added value to that. That this is like bonus means you did not pay for that, but we did for you that. It's something like that. Means you are not losing anything, you are just getting something without your demand. On our behalf we are giving so that we keep yourself, we serve you for future also. Means that's kind of invitation is that we are doing something free of something and by you are benefiting that one. So that's called value addition. So quality takes you to that level, which level is only in papers. What I am finding here, do not take it as a personal criticism of anybody. I am not taking the name of anyone. I find that it's shortage now. Quality is missing in our country, and that is in construction, in real estate, and in projects of construction, infrastructural projects, all. Wherever you do, underlying ground, sewer line you can say, water line you can say, electric line poles you can say, or whatever you say where construction is involved, or above ground construction or foundations, means in general I can say there are no people to care about everything. Yes, they care for something only, not for everything. And they are not used to keep all works tidy. There is no such involvement in this country. And their experience, go and see, they dig road, excavate road, put pipeline or some other structure here and run away, just leaving all filled up material as mounds. And people will fall on them. When there's rain, it becomes different, slush. So what I say, we are not cultured in safety and quality. Well, safety is something different, but quality is for permanence. Safety is only for saving lives from accidents. Safety is for people should be healthy, should not be impacted by heat or by cold or by something. That's for our safety. And your activities, whatever activities you do, whatever job you do every day, it should be safe from each and every angle. So my quality, I only say quality in fact does not exist. This I am finding every day when I usually walk sometimes. I'm used to walking because I'm a civil engineer, and real civil engineer cannot stay continuously. If they are civil engineers, born civil engineers, if they are not civil engineers, I'm not no comment on them, but civil engineers means walking engineer. This is another term I'm giving, walking engineers, or use rising engineers, or standing engineers, or fighting engineers. Yes, fighting is also a part of civil engineering. fighting is not freelancing, but it's arguing, shouting, and forcing people to work, and creating an environment that people have to work. Of course, means in return you have to pay them, you have to give them facilities, but provided they work, because in civil engineering no work is done in one day. It's all, it's not that kind of engineering. Means you have to do everything. It's not a shop where you can say, I have made this item for you. It's the engineering, civil engineering, which means every activity goes on for days, for weeks sometimes. Right? For example, preparatory works for slabs, big slabs take many days, and similarly for many other activities. If you say, this infrastructural projects, underlying lines, sewer lines, water lines, they take so many months sometimes, and not even complete after that, depending on size and everything. But question is not of time here. Time is one part of management organization. Time and cost and quality, there are three basic fundamental parts. Time you have to control, cost you have to control, and quality you have to control, and also risks you have to control. Also other parts are there which you have to control. It's not simply that you can go with just one. You have to live all of this. Only then quality can be achieved. And if you can achieve quality, you can achieve whatever you want. Quality is that type of thing. I am just explaining it because maybe I am not clear to you, but my statements may be clear to you. Quality means destination. Then you can see my product is different because I did quality work. This party did not do. Up to you, you want to put material of that part, this party. Yes, my cost may be more. I can say my cost may be more. But that's true, it is a cost. It may be more or might not be more. After all, it's money, it's material. So quality, that's what I say. For me, it's different, not same as you think. Let me go now for some 2 minutes and come back because I can say what I should do. I'll put my certificate here, I think better, rather than I'll be back in 1 minute. So, dear friends, here you are. I'm back here to discuss with you same level of performance. Quality I explained a lot with examples and with explanations, and there is no limit on this. It can go on to whatever extent, but really speaking, frankly speaking, I am very serious about this because when I see that materials are being exploited, abused, I feel very burnt inside. Though it's not my loss, it's not my money, personal money, it's money of someone else. I don't know who that person is, but ultimately it's natural loss. It's loss for everybody. It's loss for our country. It's loss for world. Don't you realize this fact? You think no, there's a dearth of engineers in this country. There's no dearth. There are plenty of civil engineers, more than required. We have very well educated, very experienced. I can't say no, they are respected, reputed. That's everything is available. I can say that there is no mark on human resources as far as engineers are concerned. Civil engineers, structurals, they call themselves structural engineers. But for me, everybody is civil. Who deal in construction, they are all civil, whether they interact or they do design work or they do site work. Everyone is civil engineer for me as far as generality is concerned. Because they are structuralists, they are first civil engineers, then they become structural engineers or road engineers or special high profile engineers. But originally they are civil engineers, that's why they are structural engineers. So they should change the first of their mindset, and they should think of works not for designs first but for works first. Until they understand that they can't value their designs, you cannot get value of your designs. That's what my intention. I may say people differ with my options. They classify within engineering itself civil engineer is that and structural engineer is that, while fact is both are same. Ultimate what is required? Ultimate consumer requires good product. It doesn't give any seriousness to a consumer or to a user what design was, how it was done. That person looks for a better product, safe product, service giving product, and long run, long life product, less maintenance cost product. Every person intends that. So we have to keep that state in mind, that working for a consumer who has to use this and not to think of design. Consumer has nothing to do with design. If product is well done, that is, oh, what a good, he'll say this building is very well. That person will not say which formula you use for calculating moments or finite element or something else, that for which stat you used or use ETAB. That person won't ask that. For that person, product is important. But for engineers, everything is important. But first consideration, according to me, is product quality. That is my first concern, not design. Design is good, that's why product is good. But design is good, product is, so what's your justification? Whom can you blame? Oh, you should site people did that. You are also site people. What's difference? What is difference? You can't shed away from that. After all, it's your design. If that person is not doing that, who shall do that? Who will ask him? You cannot cut out your responsibility from designs. If design is not done well inside, then what's meaning of design? You yourself. This means your work is only limited to design, and if your design doesn't work, you just blame them. What's purpose of your product? What is purpose of design if it's not implemented? There is something missing which is to be bridged in. Job starts at design, agreed, but this has to move to end. their quality fell. It falls because there is no process, there is no connection between think and do. You think, okay, in designs you think and you do your design. You say my part is over, fine, your part is virtually over, but now result has come, no result. When result comes, then you can say my part is over. Yes, you are not involved in that, right? That's right. You can put disclaimer also on that, but that will solve problem, you think? Disclaimer for whom? For claims in arbitration or in court. Is that your function? Is that only your end? Question is, where do we stand in quality? Are we as a nation, Bharat, India, capable to achieve quality? How many percent have we achieved quality? That is a question mark. Achieving quality in small items, consumable items, I am not worried about that. Quality is for structures which cost 70%, 60% of our total national expenditure. We do not stand there to international or national standards even. We have many codes, we agree with that, I agree with that. But what is meaning of those codes if people don't bother? Go bother. It's written in codes that code and expects 456, for example, code expects that a person involved in supervision of concrete is experienced one, qualified one. Really is it? What is meaning of qualification? That's not given there. What qualified one then? Engineering qualified. It should be clearly written. Who is there? Is it that? There is a foreman who knows nothing. There is a general foreman who knows nothing about engineering. There is a supervisor who knows nothing. Where is that person who knows nothing? He is sitting in office. Does he go to site and see work? I have not seen. I see work here many times. This work of sewage treatment plant has been ongoing for more than a year. I did not find, except these very surveyors, land surveyors or some workers. And this is company, very high profile company. High profile company in this country that is doing here. I don't know taking name because it's against my ethics here. I'm talking in public. I had taken many photographs, many images of their concrete work. I think on many walkings on that section, and I took many snaps or images which were not to my vision, my observation, quality work. And I was very angry actually, to be very frank, though I have nothing to do with that, but my conscience is different. Means it does not digest anti-quality work. It does not digest. So I just use my blood pressure for that, publish that on Facebook and also on Facebook of that company. That company I can say that is Smart City Faridabad Limited, Faridabad Smart City Limited. But I was happy for a few days that these posts were there, and I thought they would respond on this. They would say something or they will ask me. But then after a couple of days I saw that these photos were removed. All these snaps, images were removed. Means if you don't want someone, you remove that work or remove that person. Is that policy here now in this country? If you don't want some writing, either remove that writing or remove that person from life. That's no, this means you do not even have any interest in humanity. Means where there's a domination, or you can say where there's power, that power wants to survive. That power is so covered, so low trodden, it doesn't even accept it. It's a negative point. If I say these photos, images clearly speak what's quality, so best thing is remove that posting. That's all. Shall it? I don't want to fight with people, but these people deserve fighting. Majority of such people deserve fighting in this nation. Because fault is yours. You are not doing quality works. That's your job. You are paid for that. Your contract is there for that. You are paying money. For what you are paying money? For non-quality work. You are there sitting for paying non-quality work, dirty work. And you are not even questioning a person who has complained. Yes, it was the official complaint. They did not ask any question. Because why somebody has to let us remove that question? This is what quality is. Quality exists nowhere in our country. Yes, maybe a few percentages people may do it, but it does not exist. And that's where I have to think about. I have to work about. So I'm not interested in other issues than engineering issues or some national issues. But as far as quality, again I say it's not means I am talking now. I have been given bad name by many companies where I worked regarding same thing. In one company, and that was, I will name it now, no problem. It's Alathia Contracting Company. Alathia Contracting Company, when joined 1985, I joined that company as an engineer, so I can say site agent. In beginning means I did not have any responsible work. I did for a couple of months on landscape project, which you can say different type of project. There were 5 schools and I was in charge of doing landscape of those 5 schools. So there was no structural work in that, no that kind of civil engineering work. But after that, means I just to pass my time, I requested them I should do additional work. So they gave me some bid work or tender work. So I just pass because my capacity is different. Means I cannot digest just a few couple of hour works and sleep for that whole day. It's not possible. So I involved in them. Then they say, okay, we are going to get one more project. That's about 14 million reals in those days in Qatar. Million real is very big amount, and 14 million was very big amount in that kind of projects. So I got that. Means they said you have to do this. Means I did that successfully. I did a lot of work, hard work, and they had promised they'll give bonus, so many months bonus if you do this. So when time of bonus came, that my senior, who was head of my department, so I was not head, I was junior to that. So he, when decided about my remuneration, he says, look Suraj, I can't give you full bonus. I said, no problem, don't give me bonus. Are you going to get salary or no? Yes, that's okay. So, see, because I did not find a contractor in you. You're a consultant. Well, okay, I didn't feel anything because I know what I am. Why are you telling me? Means for him, I was a consultant. Means I did not do freely what it wanted, but because he had a liability to keep me there, because a person is required, and I was good in work also. I could, means as a contractor, the only problem to him was that I wanted work according to specifications and not otherwise. And his Arabic juniors, they always used to complain, this Indian engineer is very serious. He wants everything according to quality or specifications and does not allow us way we want to do. They used to complain. No, see, you complain means finish. If I am something in the, if I am nothing, you won't complain with me. See, otherwise in attendance on something, I didn't means was bad for them. I was digestive, but in quality, I was not digestive. In quality or in formality or in paperwork, and I didn't accept them. Even one chance, there was one general foreman that was from Palestine. They actually forgot one column, while doing 350 columns in one building, and in one place they forgot one column. And I also didn't notice because they were site engineers, they were working on it. I was just a site agent whose job was to mainly sit in office and visit some sites. So one day I was there and this man say, we discovered that column was missing. So what is said, what I do? Beams were there, plain beams were there, and we are going to do one job of superstructure and slab. Oh, this I was really very. It was ridiculous for me. He said, this general foreman said that. Can I start column from here only? I mean to say from beam itself and from I don't actually I don't know. I was what nonsense you're talking. Do it from below. So that person thought I would accept. Such type of incidents you can never forget in your life. Okay, you have to do work means do work. No problem, let us slab delay. But you cannot leave column like that. I put here only. What's the purpose of column? Then you better don't do column. Let slab fall. So there are such people. For them, quality or structure got no value. Means they want to do whatever way it is I have done. Here also, if you talk to someone, they say there's 20 meters span and you have a very small beam there. 20 meters, okay, it will take. I ask them, what is this? Oh, see, there's so many structures standing there like this. So they watch wrong thing done, you watch that wrong and do your own wrong. Means don't use your mind, just copy whatever is there. Use copy of some structure is not illegal. You can copy. Design is copying design is illegal, but copying a structure already built is not illegal. This is law. Your copyright applies on drawings and designs, not on existing structure. You go and see structure and you make your structure. That is not illegal. So this is really some when you say laughing stock for me it was. So so that's why I lost my bonus. I don't care for bonus, don't give me bonus. And if you want to discount my salary, you can also discount that. But you don't expect me to go against specifications because that's my personal reputation. You see, everybody has certain reputation. After all, if I work there according to their wishes, and then I'll be questioned, not general foreman and not that head because he is not on site. A person who is directly responsible, it's his job, that person's job to handle and take responsibility of that. So if I am liable for that, then why should I avoid my responsibility? Yes, I can move whatever way that people says or that head says. Okay, you come to site and you then tackle if you want to do this way. Then he has no capacity. I know that he will be shunted out within a month if he does that way. Means, but I say that there are certain responsibilities that only for that purpose we are employed. If that person doesn't exist, then there is no meaning of employing. They won't keep any engineer, believe me. You remember our history in this country during Indira Gandhi regime. Before that, Indira Gandhi and before that, there was no provisions of employing engineers in contracts, in government contracts. And there's some incident happened, bad incident happened in some university where I was told this, I didn't read this somewhere, I was just told by someone that Indira Gandhi was called in some way for inauguration of convocation function. This is, when degrees are delivered by hand to students. That was engineering degree to be delivered, and one, because in those days civil engineers were not employed very much on projects, so there was scarcity of jobs. Government jobs were very rare, and there were no jobs actually. So, of course, one studied and was saying, what for I do with this certificate since? So that why that person, that boy took certificate and tore it or what he did. There was something that happened. Indira Gandhi was very serious PM. She was not easygoing one. So she inquired this, what happened? Why this insult to me? And then she came to know facts. Means it's not an insult. There's some problem that exists. So she listened thoroughly, and then immediately she issued some order, and that was every contract should have provision of employing certain level of engineer. It may be diploma level or degree level. Otherwise, you cannot become a contractor. You cannot be you cannot receive a bid, or your bid cannot be valued, cannot be accepted if there is no engineer employed according to cost of project. So that instance changed and transformed contracts. And because in government there were thousands of contracts every day, So engineers were required on every project. There should be 3 or 4 engineers, depending on size of projects. So then immediately after a few months, there was shortage of engineers, civil engineers. So that's what I say. This is called performance of politician who listen to problems, who tries to solve problems, so other party, public can benefit. Their beneficiary was engineering community because they started getting jobs. So, and those contractors who they used to show, "Oh, we have engineers," is they try to take certificates only for recording. Well, that's now, moral stance. If an engineer who allows a certificate, that's engineer's moral. Why you're giving a certificate? If you are engineer, your job is to give a certificate or to get job and do it. You have to think for that. It's not somebody else's thing. If you are abusing your certificate, okay, take my certificate and use it, and I don't have a job, I let me die. So this is your problem, not that person should employ you, and that's it. Now how much you get, no, that's a different issue, but that person, if needs, you should employ you. Means use you, means what you say he has to do. But no, our certificates okay, and those people in government, you know how efficient they are always. They least worry about these things, but they're interested only in money making. It's very commonly known everywhere. And it's not question of this party or that party, it's everywhere it's like that. So quality has many foundations. We have to understand that point. Quality is not something to be easygoing because it impacts people's life. It impacts everybody's life. That's where quality was. So quality is such a game, is such a thing, such a subject that if you use it, you can do wonders. It's not simply RMC that is quality. So many other issues are also qualitative. It's not one or all. So to achieve quality in our country is, I think, miraculous. Until we are good society, until we respect quality or we do not respect quality, that we have to decide. Problem lies there in quality. I do not know reason behind that. Till now I could not understand. After all, there is no saving if you do bad work, and if you use quality, there is no additional payment you have to make. Even then, why? Why does it happen that we do not give quality work? Quality achievement is difficult, very difficult, but we have to do that. We cannot run away otherwise. So that way I was talking yesterday. About today also I want to stop here for quality, because quality has many structures, many things. When you start something, I also did a talk on other videos regarding quality system, annexures as well, high level structures of quality, you can say, high level management of quality. It's annex SL format, which is very descriptive but standardized, and you have to just chat out your program on that. If it's construction contract, or if it is, you can say, EPC contract or some other contract, how you handle this documentation, that point is very important. But if you want to achieve quality, you have to follow some system. You have to establish a system under guidance of or approval of that authority which you are dealing with. Then now it's already, I think, more than 2.5 hours I am talking of quality only, and you must be sleeping if you are there. If you are there, or you are maybe, if you may watch the video later, and I am sure you will like to sleep in this 2.5 hours, because nobody wants to attend such talks where quality is, they would say, oh, this person came from that country, that's why he is talking this quality. We do not need any quality, we need just to live like this we are living. Now we have to move further on such thing. Let us some more water. So we were talking about this Mohr's theory of failure in soil mechanics. And then there's a triaxial. We discussed this. We discussed this yesterday, and this was Mohr's circle of stresses in shear strength. And we discussed about this Mohr's theory of failure, which was this one. You know that what this part reference I'm showing. This is Mohr's theory of failure, Mohr's circle, and this was discussed, and also this was discussed in this. This was discussed, you can say. This was another one discussed, and now would say triaxial compression test. Triaxial compression test, that is. And there is a diagram here, and there are so many other definitions, a formula, and and there's then pore pressure, etc. We'll go through. Let us see what we do. Triaxial compression test. You may see diagram first, figure first, and then we'll see. Let me read what's that about. Says the diagram. The stop is vertical load. It goes to plunger. There's a plunger, then it goes down to, on one side is written, that is ring to seal, that is say, why these people are calling, that is ring to seal, ring to seal membranes, and then this is perspex wall of cell, and then rubber membrane inside there is, and also water, and base, that's on one end naming, other end is soil sample, and porous or solid, that's something there, small dashed area, and then to pressure cylinder. This is what this is. You can see once again, so that this is clear, and you can see these names. So it says, this is today shear strength of soil is mostly determined by triaxial compression test. This is shear strength of soil. Or it says shear strength of soil. Now at that time when this book was written, I'm talking of that time, I think in 70s, shear strength of soil is mostly determined by triaxial compression test. In this, soil sample is having cylindrical shape. Soil sample has cylindrical shape, and it is subject to direct stress. Acting in 3 mutually perpendicular directions. Major principal stress is applied, there's major principal stress delta 1 is applied in vertical direction, and other 2 principal stresses delta 2 and delta 3, where delta 2 is equal to delta 3, are applied in horizontal direction by water pressure all around specimen. So delta 1 is direct, vertical and horizontal are, that is, principal stresses delta 2 equal delta 3, and these are applied in horizontal directions by water pressure all round specimen. The triaxial equipment consists of triaxial tri-axial cell, vertical load arrangement, horizontal load arrangement, and arrangement of pore pressure rate, pore pressure, etc. A sketch of typical triaxial compression test I have shown to you. Now, salient features of triaxial apparatus. Salient feature. Just this minute. Salient features of triaxial apparatus. Generally, soil samples of 3.8 cm diameter, 38 mm, are tested for finding shear strength. 38.8 cm is 1.5 inch, I think. A normal height of cylinder is 7.6 cm, about, you can say, 3 centimeter, not 3 centimeter, 3 inches, right? 7.6 centimeter, thereby making a ratio between diameter and height 1:2. 1 is diameter and height is 2. Sometimes soil samples of even 5.1 centimeter, sometimes even samples of even 5.1 centimeter soil sample and 7.6 centimeter and 10.2 centimeter diameter also tested. Salient features of triaxial apparatus are metallic base, perspex cylinder, and top cap. Loading or ram, loading caps, rubber membrane. Base is usually made of metallic. Base is usually made of metallic, bronze, forging or casting. There are provisions for 3 connection in it. One is connection for filling triaxial cell. Connection for filling triaxial cell with water. Same connection is also used to empty cell at end of test. Connection with base of sample, which provides outlet of drainage in a drying test and for pore pressure measurement in undrying tests. Number 3, connection with top cap of sample, which is used only when it is necessary to pass water through sample during test to saturate it. Okay. Perspex cylinder. A transparent perspex cylinder is used when whose wall thickness is 6 mm and can withstand a pressure of about 10 kg per centimeter square. As a cylinder is transparent, it's possible to observe mode of failure. Cylinder is fixed into top cap. An air release valve is also fitted into it. Now, loading ram and loading cap. loading ram and loading cap. Normally 12 diameter stainless steel ram running in a lapped bush is used. Design of loading ram should be such that there is minimum friction between it should be stiff, but it should be stiff enough to take wide range of axial loads, and it must have sufficient travel to permit large strains. Load from arm is transmitted. Load from arm is transmitted to soil sample. So, what it says, normally 12 diameter stainless steel ram running in a lapped bush is used. Design of loading ram should be such that there is minimum friction, but it should be stiff enough to take wide range of axial loads, and must have sufficient travel to permit large strains. Load from arm is transmitted to soil sample by different alternating types of loading caps. Rubber membrane. Soil sample is enclosed in thin rubber membrane. Soil sample is enclosed in thin rubber membrane. Membrane should apply minimum restraint. Membrane should apply minimum restraint to sample, but it must provide a reliable barrier to leakage. Thickness of membrane varies from 0.02 centimeter to 0.025 centimeter. Correction may be made to observed strength to allow for action of rubber. For 3.8 centimeter diameter soil, specimen value may be of order of 0.05 kilogram per centimeter square. Rubber membrane is sealed against smooth surface of loading cap and of pedestal by means of rubber orange under. Under tension, spraying into place from end of metal tube. For 3.8 centimeter diameter soil sample, inside diameter of ring should be 3.2 centimeter. On this test condition, so it said that correction may be made to observed strength to allow for action on rubber for 3.8 centimeter diameter soil specimen. Value may be of order of 0.05 kilogram per centimeter square. Diameter. Rubber membrane is sealed against smooth surface of loading cap and of pedestal by Okay, rubber membrane is sealed against a smooth surface of loading cap and of pedestal by means of rubber device. Rubber membrane is sealed against the smooth surface of loading cap and of pedestal by means of rubber O-rings under tension is sprung into place from end of metal tube for 3.8 centimeter diameter. Now O-rings, by means says rubber membrane is sealed against smooth surface of loading cap and of pedestals from end of metal caps, metal tube. 3.8 centimeter diameter soil sample. For 3.8 centimeter diameter soil sample inside diameter of room. For 3.8 centimeter diameter soil sample, inside diameter of ring should be 3.2 centimeter in unstretched condition. Rubber membrane should be carefully checked. Holding them stretched against a bright light. So we say that carefully checked, rubber membrane should be carefully checked by holding them stretched against a bright light so that hole or crack in rubber can be checked. Rubber membranes should be stored dry and in dark after dusting, same with French chalk. Arrangement for applying cell pressure. Before application of axial pressure, all around pressure is applied on sample, which is known as cell pressure. Cell pressure is held constant during test. Pressure in cell is normally applied by water. Water is supplied either by means of a compressor or by means of a foot pump. First, water is forced into cell and then pressure is increased. So water is supplied by means of a compressor or by means of a foot pump. Water is forced into cell and then pressure is increased up to desired stage. Value of pressure is read in gauge. For ordinary test, this measurement of now. First water is forced into cell and then pressure is increased up to desired stage. Value of pressure is read in gauge. For ordinary test, this arrangement of application of then you can say value of pressure is read in gauge. For ordinary test, this arrangement or application of cell pressure is very useful. So you can say that in case of for ordinary test, this arrangement or application of cell pressure is very useful. In case of long duration test, there will be regular. Then you can say, in case of long duration test, there are a likelihood of release of pressure due to leakage of water. So we go further, and this is called in case of a long duration test, there is likelihood of release of pressure due to leakage of water. Hence, another method is adopted for application of cell pressure, and that is known as self-compensation or self-compensating mercury control system. Just rubbing my stomach. Sorry, gentlemen. self-compacting mercury control method is pressure of water in the triaxial cell results from difference in level between mercury surfaces in two small cylinders. Uh, 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 Self-compacting mercury control method. In this method, pressure of water in triaxial cell results from difference in cell level. Uh, So, self-compacting mercury control method, pressure of water in triaxial cell results from difference in level between mercury surfaces in two small. Well, now you see further on this, some before I go to browsing state. I don't want that. It's not my time, it's your time. So in this method of water interaction cell results from different level between mercury surfaces in two small cylinders, 1 and 2, by a thin flexible tub in a thin flexible tub. In fact, they make 2 millimeters of a manometer. Let initial levels of two mercury surfaces are H1 and H2, and is as the level please. Sit down the book start real book. Turn, no problem. I can do it again because I was little thinking about something. That's also very important. Sometimes you have to think a lot. So it's that one. Page, and that applies some pressure. So says that by a thin flexible tube. In fact, they make two limbs of a manometer. Let initial level of two mercury surfaces in two small cylinders, 1 and 2. 1 and 2 is a sketch here. That is 1 and 2. Okay, manometer. Cylinders 1 and 2 by a thin flexible tube. In fact, they make two lengths of a manometer. Let initial levels of 2 manometer initial levels of 2 nanometer. To mercury surface to be H1 and H2. H1 and H2. And H3 is level of mild height of sample. Level 3 is mild mid level of sample. So delta is equal to H1 minus H2, H1 minus H2, and weight of water into H3, that's mercury, weight of mercury, water, mercury, weight of mercury, that's H1 minus H2, weight of mercury, plus H2 minus H3, H2 minus H3, that is gamma W. Therefore, YHG is equal to density of mercury and YW is density of water. When there is decrease in volume, let me show you first the sketch. Sketch, then you can see. So when there is a decrease, in volume due to consolidation or leakage, pressure will be lost from cylinder 2 and mercury level in the cylinder will rise in distance of A. Delta to mercury level in cylinder will rise to distance delta H2. Delta H. So delta H, corresponding drop in level of mercury shall occur in cylinder 1, and if cylinder of same diameter we have delta H1 minus delta H1 is equal to delta H2 is equal to delta H. Delta H1 is equal to delta H2 minus delta H1 is equal to H, and so on. If both cylinders remain stationary, cell pressure shall change to this formula. It is delta, change in delta is equal to minus 2 and bracket weight of mercury minus weight of water. In case of long duration test, value of delta H is likely to be of, let's say what actually it says. Let me show you what it is reaching somewhere. Means we say K is equal to value A gamma He 1 over 2 minus R so minus T. R is so let's see sketch of this. Let's see first one, this one. Then you go and see this sketch. What formula actually zero pressure changes can be observed? So what actually K is equal to, that is K is equal to A into gamma Hg, or equal to 1 minus 2 or minus R minus L2. Say, this is K is equal to A into weight of mercury into 1 over 2 minus R minus Wt, where R is equal to gamma W over mercury Hg, where K is equal to delta L, K into delta is equal to A gamma Hg delta H. So method self-compressed compacting mercury, self-compacting mercury control system for keeping of orbital pressure. What field this is that, Now method of self-compacting mercury control system for keeping all round pressure on PC constant or full type. Alright, now we got this method of self-compacting mercury control system for keeping all round pressure on C delta 3 constant in 12 axle. That's a very good device. Vertical loading system. Let's do this. Vertical loading system is applied means of loading frame through different sets of glasses. Loading can be done either manually or by electric motor. Just removing 60. Vertical loads applied means of loading frame through different sets of glass. Loading can be done either manually or by electric motor. Electrically operated loading system may apply vertical may apply vertical loading at different rates of strains. So vertical loading system means of loading frame through different sets of glass. Loading can be done either manually or by electric motors. Electrically operated loading system may apply vertical loads at different rates of strains. Bore pressure measurement. Bore pressure developed in soil sample during test can be measured by means of a separate bore pressure measuring equipment known as Bishop's bore pressure apparatus. Method is termed as null method. Bore pressure developed in soil sample during test can be measured by means of a separate bore pressure measuring equipment known as Bishop's bore pressure apparatus. Method is termed as null method. Now come on to the next one. There is a figure that shows layout of Bishop's bore pressure apparatus. This figure I am just going to show you. This is a big one, big circuit. So, figure is there, Bishop's bore pressure. It consists mainly of null indicator, control cylinder, null indicator, control cylinder, pressure gauges, mercury manometer and burette. Control cylinder, null indicator consists of a glass capillary tube. Seven. So let us show first this sketch here. यार ये क्यों बीच में घुसते हैं भाई? This is that sketch. let's go further. Let me relax for 2 minutes. My legs are not stretched. It's connected to triaxial. The null indicator consists of glass capillary tube BE. BC, it is BC, I think. BC, yes, it is that. Dipping into enclosed trough G of mercury. Is connected to triaxial cell. Null indicator consists of a glass capillary tube B dipping into enclosed trough G of mercury. It's connected to triaxial cell, two valves, a copper tube and to control cylinder through value K. Now, increase in pore pressure in sample during test shall tend to depress mercury in limb B of null indicator. This can be immediately balanced by adjusting position of cylinder, that is to increase pressure in limb by an equal amount which can be read. Okay, this can be immediately balanced by adjusting this position in cylinder E to increase pressure in limb by an equal amount which can be read in pressure gauge. Mercury manometer is also provided. Whole apparatus must be cleaned before use. It means all air must be expelled from system, otherwise it will show. So we can say it means all air must be expelled from system, otherwise it will show erroneous pore pressure. All three types of tests mentioned in direct shear and drying test, consolidated test and drying test can be done in case of triaxial test also. Now the procedure of testing, I thought procedure of testing. Can I go there? Procedure of testing is a long one. Undisturbed or remolded soil sample of 38 mm diameter and 76 mm height may be prepared as case may be. The sample can be taken by means of extruder having 38 mm internal diameter. Why I'm feeling lazy, I don't know. I have to show some designs also, this Chinese location, etc. Procedure of testing, I think we'll do later on. We'll do later on this procedure because it's the technical one. Now you go to construction. It's also very important point. Construction, I showed to you certain slides yesterday. I showed to you certain slides from I like to talk on construction now. There are certain sketches I want to show. It's better for you to see this. Let's see this video. It's very important point here. I'm going to discuss some sketches which I prepared long back. These are related to site work and not easy actually. These depend, those look easy, but actually work wise these are not easy. When we work on sites, work depends upon how we plan. This is a sketch now. I'm going to show about some slab sketch. You can see that. It's very important sketch from construction viewpoint. That is here. It's showing, section of scaffolding. I'm sorry, section of the section shown in this. This first of all columns location here and then reflected shown on slab reflection. And slab there's a light beam here, if you can see that one. To see that, this is plan of foundation or you can see columns, and this is slab, provisions of slab on that, and then there is these sections, beam columns, etc. It is all shown, means it shows clearly what is to be done there. It shows that. Means location of this 5 meter space column approximately, their central axis is shown in both direction, which you have noticed, may not be noticed. Notice now the central axis on both in this sketch. Central axis for both, and that's very important one, and there is shade shown, spacings of columns and ply. Then there's another sketch which is showing about different shapes of building and columns, and then slab is shown also this way. It's gone now. Yeah, how is it light? Actually, to do, then what to do. In this, there's a slab details, which is beams and portion of slab. These beams are dropped. So it's like that. Let me show you this first of all before going further. Same style but different, not symmetrical. It's otherwise. यार ये मानते क्यों नहीं लोग? खामा खा भेजे जा रहे हैं यार, पागल लोग यार, अनपढ़ लोग शायद की खामा. See this one here. It's different shape, different plan of structure, not symmetrical. And there's this shape of it. एक हाथ रखो दूसरे में जाता है. And this is, different shape of building. So shape of formwork. Purpose of this is just to let people understand how buildings can be done. Grids are shown in this both ways, and notes are given in that regarding slab, regarding external sides, internal sides, and slabs, and how we have to measure them. From each grid measurement actually is shown how to measure practically, and how to keep out and in. All these details are shown in this. These are very important from site viewpoint, because it is showing how to control your site work of shutters, how to control it, how to do it. Means you must have some relative position on site from where you can measure on every floor where is shutters and shuttering, how much it should be. These control axes are axis of building, and from where subsidiary axis must be taken for load buildings. That's why it's important. If you don't have controls here, you cannot do anything. Control is very important point, and that's where it is, and we have to be very careful about that. Let me now stand and see something, because I don't feel lazy. Let me do some stand. These points are actually, because I'm showing a book portion, so it's difficult to show you by sitting. It's better to stand for a while and talk to you in a brilliant way. So as I said, there are some That's some here. For example, you see closely, you'll find here lines are given, various lines are given, these are given, these are given. We clear here means it's very close written here. Control points are here given. You know these are shown. These points similarly here. You can see as that. Yes, these are grid points here. These are grid points here, and there these are points here. These are dimensions here, and you can see all around. From here you go here, all dimensions are given, and here you can see yes. Here we have taken this line as a control line. There's a control line here, and this also a control line here. We have taken these controls. This is control line here, and this is control line here. These lines from here we have to measure. Similar, these lines are here. This is control line, and this is control line. You can see this is control line and this is control line. All lines are here. We have to, these control lines means we have to measure every grid, every new shutter from this means center from this control line. This we fix for ourselves. We don't change it. And other grid we measure from this within millimeters accuracy. We cannot simply say from this to this and from this to no. That gives accumulated error. We want to keep error safe. So one is fixed and others we have to take from these grids. And this in all levels. When you do columns settings or we do slab settings, it's at every place. From that grid we take to next one, and again from that grid we return further next one, so we avoid accumulated error. That's purpose of this. And we have to also make sure that when you do shutters, other than this, when you do the erection of shutters, there's a scaffolding and doing beam bottoms and beam sides, we do that. What's that? How it is done? It's not done because we want to do something, but to make sure that we can remove beam sides next day or after 2 days. There's no limit to that. There's no restriction on that. We can do that. For that purpose, we may say that earlier remove is possible, and this means it should be fixed in a way that vertical portion is free to be taken out. Bottom we cannot take out, but vertical portion that is fixed in between soffit of slab and top of soffit of beam, that it's clear means it's not tied down, it's not captured in, it's clear, free of, and we just take out bolts, tie bolts, and remove supports. So these plates, vertical plates, can be drawn out easily. That's purpose of that. So we take from there, and that's I can say one part we can do. And we can do that one, and that's easy way. You can say that's easy way, easy and accurate way. It's not simply easy. And I have written notes also somewhere. I can tell you if I what is this? Maybe some previous is getting out plan, setting out plan with footings, plinth beams. This is marked while engineer is on ground or this is to be fixed. The level is to be fixed like that. External side of form left is to be fixed at end like that. Transfer to. So this is all activities that we do on site are shown in this drawing. That's the other one. That's the other one, and that is another one. I'll show you that now. There's a kind of symmetrical cross building. Symmetrical cross building here. You see that one, symmetrical cross building. You see that symmetrical cross building? This is symmetrical cross building. this symmetrical cross building here. There's no eccentricity in this building, and also it's the lap of that. You can see that. You may say this way also, fish. What it says actually, what's required here, I'd say that in this we can say that these are here, actually it's difficult to show you this. You can see here these are this line and this line here, this symmetrical both this and this, these are control grids, and similarly these are taken here down. These are control grids because this symmetrical building, this way we take a fixed grid and we can check this. We cannot check from this and this. We'll take only this grid. This is control grid. From here we'll measure all inaccuracy. We don't want to lose accuracy here. If something is error by chance, that error should not come from this to this. This should be from here only. So we can detect here if something is wrong. Same thing here, we take this, then this, then this. Total value we take here. This should not accumulate an error. Similarly, it is here that's the purpose of this. And all see, my voltage has dropped. I don't know the reason behind my voltage has dropped. That's the reason here is if I can put down battery, I think it's down battery, down battery. Solid time is 6, so I have to battery for half an hour. Battery, okay. Put in battery, so let it bring down a little. And can't put in light if I put up light. And say put up light also a problem. So this is what I said in this case. Means next is let me say next one. Now this is also little eccentric, so you have to fix in this eccentric in a way. You can see that. Now this is eccentric building. See that this is a protrusion from one side, so this is eccentric, you can say. So in this we have to fix grid, and from there we have to measure both directions. Well, in the other direction you can see there is one middle. There are 4 spacings, so there is one middle one, and in another direction there is no. So we can fix either grid in this position both similarly, and grids are there. You can say we have written here. So for example, it's here. Center line is here and center line is there. So let's see next one here now. This is same. Noting is generally same. We have very complicated building now. This is little complicated. So in this grid shall be depending on its upon site requirement, how they do, how they can do. That's up to them. Lights problem now. Voltage is down. So maybe I have to put down this one. They do like this only. I don't know the reason for that. But you see some point is down here. So here. There's nothing on this. It's not giving anything. So put it off better noise. Again, so there's another one. I'm trying to show you another one now. This is here. Let's continue. Let's see all voltage is down. You come back after check voltage, you have to wait for some time because I'm going to check voltage. Why it's like this, otherwise it's noise. I can't continue because the voltage is strong. I can't continue like that. I have to go and see how it's working. Let me go and see, and you can meanwhile I put here on this and come back. Just a minute please. 2-3 minutes ago, how I see how it's not working. Yes, voltage was the problem of voltage drop. So it's now there, it's okay. Change phases. So we continue now. Now this is another symmetrical one. Yeah, it's not symmetrical, but it's like that, you know. It's like that. I think I showed you, I don't know. This is very complicated here, you know. You can see that. This is very complicated arrangement here. Light here. It is complicated one here. So this is to be calling it down. You know, here I have taken this. This one is, you know, I have taken this symmetry here. You know, this is symmetry here. For this side is on for this side. So both are different. Both are different, but they are taken like, you know, similarly I have taken this here in this case. So let's go to the next one, and this is symmetrical here. Structurally these are different, so then accordingly, but this is shown them, you know, in this case, you are going to, you know, here. You can see here that it is, you know, this is control, or here this is control. access control. Like that, you can say pyramid control, move like that. So now this is same, which slab here. That's one. That's slab for the building. The slab for the building. See, it's another one here. And you can see next is for this building. You can see slab for the building is here. Slab for the building is here. Now, there's the foundation, it's a very important one. Very important one, foundation for and you can say step column both. See, the form of a footing is very important item. Form of a footing, you can say. Better step down, otherwise it's difficult to explain this. Let's sit down. I can't show like that. Better sit down and better to sit down, and it's controlling is easier here from. See it here now. See that? What is this? You can see the middle. There is a shutter combo for the step column and footing. I'll show you section. Let us see section before, then this better. I'll show it back. I'll show again. So that clear what I'm showing is to you. Should be clear actually. You can understand better from this. First of all, you can see there's a footing here, foundation footing here, isolated footing, and there's a formwork on that. The step column formwork. You can see this formwork, the step column formwork. That in distance, and then you see from here this form of the stub. You can see that this is yellow. I'll come back here, then come back to this, explain to you what it is. I'll explain to you what it is. See yourself in middle. There's something here. You can see this column here, right? And then you can go around here. You can see all right, and here. And if you see this external sides, if this is in bottom, you can see this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. This one. You need to say this one. It's all foundation, footing, and these are all these are shutters. You can see these shutters here. It is concrete shown inside this, and these are all. You can see these positions of plums. You can see it clearly, and you see this one, again show you the same program division. This is a combined sketch of formwork of base and stub column. Base and stub column means this is just for information. It is not for work actually. You can see these plumb bobs are also hung, and other supports and foundation supports and column supports in joint way it's shown, and all you can see the here is shown plumb bobs, that's shown ply for stub columns, then you can say vertical and horizontal timber supports for stub columns, and also the clamps are shown, and then for foundation same thing is shown. For this purpose, all four supports, four side supports. Again, if you see closely, you will find that. If you see closely, you will find that means what is shown there. You will see that. You can see. These are this small items here. This is supposed to see a column line supports, and this is here footing supports, and this is also inclined supports, and the framing of that. This is for framing for this, and we have four sides. These are is there on this support, like here are three supports, and like there. This complete system is shown where is required. Its purpose is to explain how footing form is done. And you can see your nails are shown. If you very closely see that, your nails are there. Just for your information, I will show you. You see the nails, sometimes I try to show. You see here on this, nails are shown here. Nail points are shown here on this. For your indication, just try to show very minutely how work is done, just for indicative purpose. And so wrought iron nails that are fixed there are shown. That's the purpose of that. And if you see that one, if you go to elevation again, sectional elevation again, you will find that I have written stage 1. Stage 1, that's footing, and then stage formwork, that's another one, staircase, and is shown plumb bob and support in dotted line. I not given full supports on the line, only vertical system, horizontal system shown here, and concrete is shown for footing. And what I have written, I just read here, if I can. It's shown details about indicate formwork for stub column, column portion free, sign, footing top plinth or little above one sketch, but shall be done twice. So it's completely written here. You see that. This is footing, and this is the inclined members are shown in dotted lines, and you see here. So this is just a general detail of I can say, just to apprise you people of what is done. And similarly in this case, I have shown you, this is layout of a building. I can say similar layout, ordinary layout, and here is shown some details of these shutters. You can see that ply inside and supporting battens, or you can say scantlings, grids. And that is further expanded to this column, which is much more important. You will find this column form, You can see better from there. You will find this slab, and there are two inclined supports and one horizontal support. Purpose of horizontal support is to keep this intact, and inclined support is, first inclined support is at the height of 1/3 from bottom, 1/3 casting height, and upper one is to hold that column in position. This is the tail of this, and you can see that from here. And from here, you can see on top I have provided some it's a timber piece for plumb. You can see top position. There is a plumb shown. Plumb is shown here on top position, holding plumb, and this plumb is here. It's manual work, we do manually. This is a big stone. Don't need a small big stone. You can bind. You can hang by a binding wire. You can take and hang this, and you see these small. This column forms all written there. That's the purpose of this. You can see again here. So this is column. It's very important factor. This has due spacings is for timber battens, crossings, and also clamping, whether by shikanjas or clamps or by tie balls. Whatever can be done for that. There is no restriction on that. You can see spacings of the shikanjas and battens will be 40 centimeter, verticals 40, 30, 40, depending upon size and depth of pouring to be done in cast. This is where it works, and I'll take up later all of us in this left side fascia. Now purpose of this was to apprise you about how work is done on site practically, which is not easy to get in books. It's not easy to get through books. I'll explain about many other items, because there's various types of elements we use in this, and explain that in this. And I have already given various details of construction, and it's not. There's one important part I'd like to show you. That is, I say, well, not exactly at this stage. I don't want to interfere in that. So actually, what's purpose is, just hold on. I'll keep it now inside, because confusing is no meaning. My purpose is to let you people know what should be practically done, what should be practically considered. That's more important, rather than running theoretically and getting nothing. Running theoretically and getting nothing, that's not my point of view. We should move with a responsibility, means my purpose is to share whatever I think or whatever I did in my career. That's important, because everybody has different experience. I understand there are different classes of people with different levels of experiences, and we only can do that. We can share experiences, because theoretical knowledge is same for everybody. Whatever we learn in engineering syllabus or engineering education, we learn that's almost same. Yes, we can upgrade our knowledge by passing further degrees. That's very nice. I did not have luck and time to do that. I can't blame myself, but I could not do that, fortunately or unfortunately, but I do not regret that also, because what I think I did and failed, what I learned from there is much more important than we could get from 2 years syllabus or 3 years syllabus. Because every year, if you do projects, it depends. If you do projects and you do that, that is something nice, and nice in a sense that we get something there, and we get something there for some purpose, and purpose is to achieve, successful delivery of projects, and also learn. When we do some projects, we always say that we learn something. And what is that we learn something? It's an important aspect to be discussed. What we learn from projects, you learn something or nothing, you have to answer. If you learn something, great, means you did something. And if you don't learn, means you did not do something. Both are same. If you do not learn, means you are given a project where was no work, you are just there for purpose of showing participants or tacit participation. The question here is actually, after all, what's purpose? What purpose is project? Projects keeps coming and going. Projects are completed. You can never station on one project forever. You have to leave that project after 1 year, after 6 months, after 2 years, depending upon your role on that project. And role is specialized, that we have to understand, because if you are a structural person, you do framing work, RCC or structural steel, whatever it is, you have a lot of knowledge about that. And owner of a company or some other, he shall not be able to get dedicated and committed engineers of that item or that framing or structural work. Everybody cannot do that, that's also true. It will be RCC, means you need knowledge. You need thorough knowledge, not only knowledge. You need knowledge from safety to quality, all disciplines and structural engineering. So you must have very high class of knowledge. Knowledge not only of theory but also practical. So if there are so many projects coming to some company, they will like to use that person for structural prosecution, because it's only time consuming item on every project. Particularly reinforced cement concrete buildings, it takes a lot of time. And there's time when you create a base for all others. If you do not do the structural engineering, your architectural finishes cannot be continued, and your structural and services items cannot be continued. For that, engineers are required. Engineers are not required just for requirement. They are required for work. And they do work. I don't say that they do lot. They do lot, and that lot is actually gives success, that lot, if you do that. And we do that. It's not simply that we do that much. And by that, we deliver. And once we deliver, and that's it. There's no question why not. We deliver. And once we deliver, we are out. And if that structural person also manages, means organizes, so that means company feels also when other projects wait. So generally what happens at conclusive stage of a project, or where it reaches a commissioning stage or pre-commissioning stage, or you can say stage where finishings are started, you can say in last one third scheduled time. Let's say project is 18 months, means after 1 year is approximately over. They try to float-in finishing engineers. We call finishing engineers, we call architectural engineers. They don't say anything, but if they say finishing engineer, they understand that way. Let them understand. So that's what I say, means we have certain direct responsibilities. The light is also gone. No power. Difficult for me every day to share such a burden. Like that. Totally ugly today. So I said we have to formally record lessons learned from our experience. And that lesson is not ordinary lesson or ordinary activities. That is specific one. Is specific in a sense that we make mistakes by whatever way, by ignorance or by lack of information or by due to lack of coordination or by, you can say, immaturity, or we do not know how to work. There can be whatever possibility. I'm not disputing that. Sometimes, people are not experienced, and sometimes there is ignorance and no concentration on job, sometimes lapses on coordination, and sometimes means something is extraordinary on that project somewhere that we are unable to understand what we have to do, and that situation is not rare, that's common. Sometimes designs are not completely ready, and sometimes so many clashes happen on sites among various disciplines that it delays everything. And not non-production drawings in time, shop drawings and working drawings are not finally issuing procurement note or further action. Then that we have to suffer ultimately, and that suffering is very dangerous. It's not for us. It's not that I suffer personally or you suffer personally. We have to suffer somewhere, and that suffering is really very, very unduly should not be. I think it's 1 hour 14 minutes, 69%. That 10 minutes more. I'll put on that down. It's not that I have to suffer or you have to suffer. It's work that suffers, and lessons are learned for work. Sometimes what we think shall happen doesn't happen. Your schedule doesn't come online, and you do whatever, but there is some obstruction on that. Sometimes you don't get scaffolding in time. Sometimes you don't get machine. Sometimes you don't get RMC in time. There are so many complications. There's workload higher than market requirement. Now it's not always a uniform situation. Sometimes market is down. So for example, now market is down, but it can't be corrected. So what's that? We have to be very careful about that, because it's execution, or you can say it's working. It's real working on site that gives some problem, and this is because it's not manual working. Working is mechanical, and maybe there are more probabilities that so what I have to say is it is gone. Just a minute. there's heavy one, I have to use light one. So I said that, see, some people think that site work is very easy. Maybe people think that in one company or so many companies actually, those people were not from civil discipline, and it was in Libya. They were from BHEL, this was company BHEL, and those people were mechanical, electrical oriented, and civil was for them subsidiary work. Means we are constructing these substations and power stations there, which is electrical item. Majority of cost goes to electrical machines, mechanical machines, and so the civil was there very, 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 you can say, very little. It was very little, means not that much as it should be. It is very little, and they always valued themselves much higher than others. And civil was like, means it's nothing, and it's just a layman job. Then, and they thought using city, I mean say offices, they are intelligent people, more important. You are side people, you are not much inside. They want to see are the workers, only physical workers. And if by chance some of them done 1 cubic meter of concrete, you celebrate that 1 cubic meter of concrete done. And means I would say some people comment like this because they do not know facts, what facts are, and that's the point where it is. They do not know facts, what facts are, and that's a problem here. It means people don't understand facts, and those facts are really very, very terrible, and we should say that. And see, we have to be clear about what we say. Well, we have to learn from sites so much that we cannot learn something from books. We cannot learn anything from books or from practical viewpoint. We have to learn from sites only, and from sites only we can learn. We cannot learn from somewhere else. That's also a fact in life, and that fact cannot be denied, and we have to be clear about that. Fact must be learned. Who shall learn that and how shall learn? It depends upon you. It depends upon your willpower. It depends upon how much you dedicate yourself to work, how much you use yourself into work, and what's your intensity of working, how much you can work continuously, how much overwork you can do. And it's not that you can work 8 hours a day and your duty is over. That is not site assignment. That's just your thought. Engineering activity never stops in 8 hours. Even if you work in office, you go home, you can't sit without thinking. If you are an engineer and it's I stop thinking, and that for civil engineers it doesn't apply. Yes, maybe for others I cannot say, mechanical, electrical, they may think so because they do not manufacture themselves anything. So for them it's, but there's a difference in working. You just try to understand when they are saying civil works, and there's in mechanical works and electrical works. There's a lot of difference in that, a lot of difference. Though three are complementary, but problem is in mechanical and electrical, majority of items are delivered ready-made, manufactured somewhere else, transformers, switchgear, or you can say DBs. Only wiring is done on site, you can say wiring, electrical wiring, you can say duct conduiting, conduiting network, and you can say that about what do you call it, wiring, trunking. Trunking is also ready-made, just a fix. And what transformers are ready-made? Earthing, of course, is some of the ones who they do. transformers, switch gears, and majority of items they procure ready-made belt. So I think the important thing for them is to just work out load, electrical load, and according to that, what way load distribution is done and how to design how many transformers are required and procure them. Similarly, some other items, but in mechanical also same thing. Machines you have to see capacity and compatibility electrical, and then you place procurement order of approvals, and main majority of mechanical is that chillers, package units, you can say air handling units, or you may say such as copper piping and whatever it is. 90%, 85% of their money, or I should say items activity wise, are ready made. On site they have to just fabricate ducts and then be workshop and erect on site, short firing and erecting, or hangers, or frames of copper piping. It is a difference in working style, but in civil engineering, it's not that you get ready made. Yes, you have to manufacture something on site. Even if you are taking ready mix, you have to locally get that. It's not going from overseas. So you can say you are responsible for real work. Means 90 or 85% of your activities are on site, particularly in structures of frame RCC work. I'm not even talking of structural steel because that item is also ready made, erection only one. But here complete you have to do. Not only do you have to prepare for that, you have to prepare for form work, for steel, for everything, and then materials to go in, and also you have to cure it out. So there's a difference in site activity or in this activity. Yes, we have to be a little different in our approach. We cannot simply simplify something, this is that way or this is this way. We have to be a little logical. We have to do justice with ourselves first, and then that's why I say it means it's civil engineer who has to be very much serious about schedules and about procurement. It's very important issue, because we are not going to purchase lift or chillers, mechanical, or even lift are not mechanical, they are different. It's machine where it is involved, the equipment is involved. It's far distance, means where directly you're not involved. Manufacturer people are different, they are involved. But in civil, even if you do, even if I buy blocks, concrete blocks or bricks, it's locally available. You have to buy them and you have to handle them. But RCC also, steel you can get steel reinforcement proponent, but you have to cut and bend and fabricate it, and like everything you have to do for steel concrete work for structuring, and also you have to do other activities on that. And civil is little different, I can say. I'm trying to explain to you all that civil is not what sort of engineering we think means exclusively it's different. It means triangular position, electromechanical as well as other modes. If you compare IT to civil engineering, if you compare, just because you want to say that you cannot force this. So civil engineering, that's why sometimes I feel very upset with some of my colleagues that they do not analyze first. We have to analyze our work itself before analyzing structure and something. We have to consider these difficulties in field, that because we have a lot of work in manufacturing on site, production on site, but people are also of same category, means they know manufacture, they can understand how to do, but they may not calculate anything, they cannot calculate quantities, they cannot calculate how much material, but they can understand, they cannot write something on log table, or they cannot, maybe they can't understand a start card, or like means they JHA, and maybe they don't they need toolbox to that level, probably because the civil work is like that. Means there's a hammer, say there's a crowbar, or there's a nail, or there's a saw. Means what toolbox talks in that case? Hammer and toolbox also. They are different types. There's actual hard work is there. Actual hard work is there. Because what they use saw machine, they use cutting machine, they use banding machine, and they use this civil activities like hacksaw, or you can say hammer, or hammer, or these are very normal tools. Means and but action is very fast. If you see how many hundreds nail one carpenter uses one day, just think of that. Say one carpenter does work on 3 or 4 shutters, or 5 shutters, say for a column, and the different shutters that carpenter has to cut out, and then we have cut out all those shutters also, timber pieces for something. So, and then how many nails is going to use into those 2.5 inches nail, or 3 inches nail, or 4 inches nail, or 1.5 inches nail, depending on requirement. That person will use that. So that person gives a debate. I think no, there's no debate as such. It's not correct. Come to debate on this one. No, it's not. It doesn't work. So what I say, that civil engineers themselves should be clear about that, and those who are in designs, they know all this. I don't say they don't know this, but they neglect that. For them, design is everything, and they don't care what sort of engineers are there, what sort of workers are there, what sort of supervisors are there. All these points must be kept in view while you do design, because ultimately you should know caliber of people. Maybe for someone 1 inch is nothing, only 1 inch helps. I would say that. Means for him 1 inch is nothing, and for some 1 inch is big thing. It's 25 mm. So for some areas, like in our country, they say 1.5 inch chalta hai ji. Means what? This means 1.5 inches, nothing, no problem. If your column is out by 1.5 inches, or there's a difference in plumb bob, or there's some, oh, no problem, it's no problem, it's okay. For that person, because that person knows only that much. Means for him, 1 inch out is nothing, but for me 1 millimeter is out something. That's the only difference. So people are that kind. We cannot generalize like that. We have to be very strong in that, very strong in that actually, and that's why I say little difference exists here. Little difference. We have to be very complicit in that we should not compare ourselves, but we should think of a hard work that crew of civil gang, crew of civil team do. Means you have to see, to make column shutters, you have to make steel, to say slab, or columns, or beams, and you have to sit in sun. See, first is that they sit in sun. That's most important. Means you don't have any covered area there on site. They can sit in, like medical duct workers do, or electricians do. They don't stand in sun, only for some laying conditions. They generally in morning time, time. But all people, civil people, work in sun, and they work in hard, cold. And the thing is, steel fixers, steel people, they touch steel which is very hot. So it's a different nature of working. So we have to take all those factors into our considerations of quality as well as safety. All points should be considered equally. You cannot simply say quality. So my contemplation is little for civil engineers, that we have to really analyze our activities before analyze something else. We cannot simply just theoretically say no, this is enough. we have to keep into consideration these points at site. These are site issues which you see you have to take work from hundreds of people, and they're all different types. You have you see and many classes of for fabricator. I mean, say carpenters, former carpenters, many classes of their assistants, and many classes of steel fixers, as well as all those coming to your you can say rotation. You can consider all this. Okay, first one, something else from let's see. So you have to be very clear about that. That's what is required. And let me put some of this also on so that I can keep myself safe. It's okay. Now I feel a little relaxed because the power is back. Let me see for how many minutes it's back. I'm saying only that to side people, but you have to bring back quality which you have lost. I don't blame electrical and mechanical engineers for this because they are not involved in quality directly. They just fix materials on site, duct conduits and ducts. This is not that material which you worry about. But these are all hidden items and these do not take any loads. That's only fire related means their duct system should work. Conduits and your trunking and all that means those are not that orientation, but civil engineering items, even and that particularly concrete, that's a material which is available in every part of building or structure, and that requires attention of engineers. And I think they know it and they should know it. They are qualified for that, but maybe they leave it to circumstances, they leave it to time. Maybe they have some problems, and what reason only they know. I don't know. But job is job. They can't deny this fact. This is job. If you think just going to site, watch, you stay just for half hour, come back, that's not a job. That's not duty you have to do. You have a responsibility of that, particularly in. You cannot leave it to circumstances, you cannot leave it to environment. People will look after that. A good foreman, a good supervisor, a good. Means you cannot just consider good or bad, because despite doing a lot of concrete, I have seen these people do not know about vibrator, how to apply and what to apply, how much to apply, and they never ask. Means that's another problem. Our people who work as technicians, so say a foreman who's asked apply vibrator, that foreman doesn't know how much to apply, to how many minutes he has to apply. Means goes on applying and applying and applying. He thinks as much as I apply, it will be better. That's mindset. Because I noticed this on my side that I saw why this concrete is so much segregated. I saw them. What is I'm like, बहुत आप लगाया साहब, बहुत आयरन लगाया. I use too much vibrator, then it's happening like that. Use too much, that's why it's happening like that. I explain what is that. They do not know what they should do. I think it's not their fault, it's my fault. Because I did not explain them what they should do. I assume they know it. Anyway, so next time I stood myself, stop it now. Stop it. Okay, stop it. And it's very good this because guy doesn't understand what's the purpose of vibration. They think as much as you do it, it will be better. So it's not their fault. It's fault of, if I give them a statement, written statement, they won't read it. They don't, it's not because they don't read it. What I do with paper, he takes it that way. So what I mean to say is that people are like that. Sometimes we have to analyze ourselves also. maybe I missed him to explain how to apply that. But the person knows job, he has been there for many years in this field, so he must know. And you ask, do you know how to? Yes, yes, I know, no problem. But they do not access. They think as much as you do, it is better. So sometimes we have to be very strict on in-depth work, where something can happen. We have to be like that. So, I have many such experience instance at site, where sometimes even you can't anticipate that they can cause such error, and they cause it. Because every time you can't be there's also a lot of concrete ongoing, 100 people on site, 100 people, and here concrete, there concrete, and so many, it's a lot hot work. By chance, there are many tons of mixers. One mixer, we delayed for say about half an hour. And what is it? Of course, they are human beings. They are tired. They are fatigued. Okay, let us sit down for something. You do concrete, leave it. Okay, put it in front of it. They put concrete in back by pump. Concrete is down, but it takes just 2 minutes to vibrate back. But they do not like to vibrate. Okay, I'll do it later on. Let our mix comes. You see, thought is different. So then 5 minutes of the mix is coming, and what will do? Because he's tired, he wants to smoke, or he wants to drink some water or tea. He sits down there. Okay, pani ki kya? Chalo, I will go to drink water. I'm going to do this. But that saying now 5 minutes becomes 30 minutes, 35 minutes, and that concrete laid there is as it is. And when the next batch comes, it puts there and then vibrates. So portion of that one batch is not vibrated. And it's nothing very miraculous, I'm telling you, this is very common. So what happens, that portion of batch which was laid and was ignored, that is very soft now. It's not vibrated one, not compacted one. So first of all, it is porous. Second, it will not take strength. And third, it will cause problem forever. But that problem was only because of 2 minutes that person missed to vibrate. So that's a very big lesson that we learn. That you cannot solve that problem. It's a problem forever. If you take out from them, that's a problem again. I don't know, it's a slab or it's column or what. And to take that out is not also very easy, because steel is involved, electrical conduits are involved, or something else is involved. So that mistake is a mistake, but no solution. It's same thing that you do not cure concrete, you delay in curing or you ignore it, and then you forget where to cure. So there is no solution for this type of problem. So what I'm saying is, this is generally it happens on sites that we ignore like that. We generally ignore like that circumstances, and we do not care. Therefore I say site working is not that easy as we think it is easy. Site working is very, 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 very important, very, very practical, very, very attentive. Do not think it's just concrete and dust we have to do. And it's concrete, and we have to think of not only concrete here, we have to think of many repairs of concrete and also backfilling. Backfilling is also very, very important point here, which generally is misunderstood. People do not think, do not care that this is a very dangerous item, this is risky item. Even sometimes I have seen engineers ignore it, and they no problem. They sometimes hesitate to tell, to instruct again and again, but it depends on how much frank you are and how much command you have on people. It means what happens, somebody says, you don't apply vibrator on that or compact on that. I'll do. And they forget. They lay another layer. Well, it depends also on product. If it's a private product, nobody will raise your question, but when there's a product, official project, somebody have to, but there's also limit is how many tests you do or how many tests you do. So, they will, I mean to say that it happens, simple, it happens. This 98% proctor is must, but for people, what is proctor they don't know. For them, work is important, right or wrong, they don't care. And what is result, particularly some places, they just use this excavator, or you can say JVC, what you call it, particular general name, and use it for filling, or shovel use for filling, and they go on filling. They go on filling. Who bothers about thickness of layer? Who bothers about something? Nobody bothers that. Really, it is like that. It's unfortunate, but it is that way. This I daily see, and particularly in these private constructions, nobody cares for something. Forget this is backfill. About below foundations, they do not care. They do not care. So my general talk to engineers is that you have to be a little different. I am not saying that you are not clear about this. You are clear. If you are experienced, you are clear. I can say about fresh people that they may need some information. They may not even know it, and they may hesitate to know that because they are qualified. And it's difficult for an educated, qualified person to seek more information, hesitating, thinking that I will see, he doesn't know anything. That's not the case. Anyhow, I was saying, information is never complete. Remember, even today, I can claim our engineers, 90% of our engineers, 25% even civil engineers, who are experienced on concrete, they do not know value of temperature of concrete, value of temperature of curing, value of using various materials, replacement cement to replace cement. They are not clear, and they will just repeat what they so far repeated. They know acumen to challenge them. So what I say is, when I say about quality of concrete is a question, that is this question. Quality of concrete. It's not simply that you receive RMC and just lay it and finish and speak it. Quality of concrete is another world actually. It's world, and even I don't accept this quality inspectors and engineers, because they too are not to mark. They don't want to learn also, unfortunately. I don't know why. Means it is their duty first to know and to tell others. Means you should do like this. But they think only formality is enough. Means go and inspect site and write notes, and that's it. If that is quality inspector, I don't need such quality inspector, because engineering workers are not, they can't have access to documents, and they can't read that, and there are no such books for people in a script of their language. You can read it. So how shall they know? Question is that, how shall engineer working with them know? Because that engineer is busy with them for works here and there. So you have to write at least one. Therefore, it is whose duty? It is duty of, see, method statement is very important now. I've discussed with that. What is method statement? Do you know that? I have seen people calling statement of method. Actually, because it's something you can say new for our culture. Our culture, but it's not new for other cultures. They are, people are much advanced in practical knowledge than we are. They are not advanced in theoretical knowledge, I know that, because I have experienced this. But they know what is work, how to work on site. Theoretical knowledge we have better than them. This is little difference because we are theoretical engineers. Our education system does not equip us with practical activities, and I think there should be at least 1 year extension in degree for that practical experience. They should learn everything there, and they should go to site only when they learn that. They should not depend upon companies to teach them or other engineers to teach them. Why should someone teach them? My question is that you are an engineer, you are a responsible person. Either don't call yourself engineer, you call yourself engineer because you are a degree holder. If you call yourself engineer, why should someone tell you? My question is that. Shall nurse tell doctor what's your prescription? You have to find yourself. If you state your status claims that you are an engineer, then you have to conduct like an engineer. Why do you expect your senior should teach you? Is your senior teacher for you? That senior expects you to do work for senior, to support senior. And you can support only when you know work. You, just for half an hour reduction, or 1 year reduction, the syllabus of engineering, you spoil everything. We have to be very, very clear about this, that it's job of engineer and not of someone else. That job of engineer is that engineer has to do job and take responsibility. That's very important point. If you cannot take responsibility, what for you are there? Quality is that. You should satisfy yourself first. You have to satisfy yourself according to requirement of specifications. These are specifications and I am responsible. There may be differences in specifications. So criteria is that we need drastic changes, means even if we have to do concrete work, shutter work, form work or steel work or even supporting system, we must have certain standard layouts or we can have to specific layout for one. Otherwise, we have needed clear sketches for communication to site people. This way you have to do this. We cannot leave to their wisdom how they can do it. We don't need a system. Yes, if we find that any problem, in that case it's okay. We have every time. Understand to go do, that's where you can. But it's not, quality is engineer's headache. System is engineer's headache. You have to write what you have to do. That's important for every port, every activity, every important activity. What way you want to check. Your carpenter should know that. What is your checking method? Your quality should tell you what that wants to check. That wants to know what is ITP, what is checklist. Means we say there are two documents, checklist and ITP. What is checklist? Did you ever understand what does checklist mean and what means ITP? Okay, you can say inspection, test plan. Inspection, it is okay, I find it is inspection. We have to see what to test, what not to test, what's plan. But checklist means what? You have to check what? That should be clearly defined. If not on checklist, it should be clearly defined on procedure or method statements for framework, say framework. We should write framework method statements. This is putting forward the statement. This is a step column dot statement. This is column. This is beam. This is pending slab. All this is whatever I actually buy. It's not. It's not. So if you write method statements for every important activities where people are involved, now those people you cannot call everybody and instruct because side names are there. So quality is some mounting exercise we have to do. It's not simple. And I want engineers to commit and spare time for quality understanding. So quality has gone to that level. We have to pick it from that level by our own style, by communication. If your people cannot understand English, you have to write that in your own script. It should be given to that person also who is going to inspect that icon. It may be your engineer or it may be whoever. It should be approved first that we are going to do that. This is our method. We can know better. We are doing that for them. And you should start giving every information in that. How many players will apply, how many sold, you have to give them information. That is very much required information. Method statement actually is a use of all statements. So my dear engineers, quality and contracts are I'm not talking about contracts at this moment, it's quality, and quality is in your hands, not in hands of contractors. You have to force them to produce quality, and you can force only when you know what is quality. You ask them what they are going to do, this is your duty. You make your own statements, but you see their statement because you cannot force any contractor to do your way. That's also a problem. Because methods are methods. Not necessary it should be done your way. It can be done in contractor's way as far as quality complies with. You cannot, if you think you can do this way, you do that way. You can't force the contractor. If contractor is doing this way, that's right too. So either you tell him we don't follow contract methods, or else you shall be shown the method. That frankness is required. So what I mean to say now, that is already, I think it's a few minutes more. We should decide something. Can we follow IS 9001 Annex SL, which is a direction for every contractor, which is a direction for every consultant, which is a direction for a supervisory authority? Means we can use those policies in which they say quality is responsibility of head. Before it was not. Head means not quality head, company head. In 2015 there are new measures taken. In 2008 these were not. The responsibility was left to bear quality engineer. Now this responsibility is not exclusively to be shared by quality engineer but also by top person in management organization. So that top person known to everyone. One is the top person. we have to comply our system in that way. Was annex as to the structure. It's not difficult, it's very easy. That involves complete process of designs, if it is design work, site work, if it is site work, means if it is construction contract, or it is EPC contract, or it is something else. We have to read that. Right. So quality work is such an important work where head of company, head of organization is to be held responsible. But shall he question that? Because head of company is not an engineer, who knows? Is just a businessman. So in that case, who is responsible? First one, maybe general manager, maybe civil engineer, who is heading the division. So those whoever are responsible for that must be held responsible, and they have to be captured at that. Quality is that level which we have to improve it, otherwise we cannot maintain quality. That's very simple. It's not children play, it's concrete. Remember, it's not children play. We use natural resources, and that resources which create pollution. That is also a point of quality. Which concrete we have to use, that's also quality. Why don't we replace OPC? That's also a point of quality. Why do we not think further? That's also a point of quality. Can we go without this or can we go with that? What type of shortcutting we have to use? How can we minimize our time? And how much we can do? Means it's not simple that you smoke, to say concrete. So, my dear friends, before I conclude, I would like to say better you change your attitude towards quality. I am not finding any reliable quality anywhere, unfortunately. On those works done by very top class companies, I am not talking of low profile. Because you can't expect low profile companies to give you quality if number one companies cannot give quality. And of course, there are engineers in those companies, they must go on site, they go or don't go, I can't say. If quality should tell, they are going or going. If quality is telling there is no responsible person, there is no responsible person. They don't go or what's reason, I don't answer. We just So we have to be very smart enough in this case if we want to change our country in quality of concrete. We have to understand what is requirement. We have to think and rethink, and thinking is only solution for all this, no other solution. And if we can meet our targets like that, then we can say we reach somewhere, or otherwise we will not reach anywhere. It's difficult, I know. It's difficult. We have to study. If we don't have those specifications, we have Qatar specifications, we have different other specifications. Country is not bound by some country. It's said by one person there one day, some came and this is, those people who came from overseas or somewhere else, they know sometimes better, but they are big people. So my point of view here is that if we cannot do anything, then no use of doing bad concrete. If we cannot do good concrete in trenches, in strong water trenches, we cannot do good concrete cover for them. How can we expect good concrete in structures? That concrete is number one. I don't know how to. So I can say with confidence that if we do something better, we read specifications, say Qatar specifications, section 5, we get some information. Don't worry about other specifications. I have gone through that specification, this is better, and I have worked out our system of IS 1001 based on so we have to change our style. That's important. It will not take much, but just certain implication. Quality means this game and goodness. How to do it? I'm so serious about that. But quality is quality. It's not difficult. Our thinking is difficult. We don't want to improve ourselves. And because I know how to speak, what to speak, how to communicate to people, I have written to institution because they ask me. I say this is one very important point, quality, and then there's a point of contract. And because contract are not clear very well, means we have to teach ourselves our leaders how to why should law luminaries be everywhere in contracts. They are not related to contracts. We do not know how work is done. They are not engineers. How can we involve them? We do not involve them at all, and that's what I say. Means that we have to be clear about that very well, and it's our job, and we have to do our job. No one else can do for us, and if we cannot produce quality, it's a shame on us. Such a brilliant community of engineers in country, Bharat, India, highly profiled IIT and regional colleges and other colleges, highest profile engineers. And if we cannot, we can go to Gulf. I am one of that. We can go to Gulf and work there for quality, with total quality. You can say not only quality, submissions and everything, and of course procedures. Why we cannot do in our country? That's a question mark. Well, I don't care about government procedures. They are only procedures. I don't expect those people to do all that. But in private sector, in that, it's something raise level that we raise our voice. It's necessary, and because without concrete nothing can be done. If concrete is good, structure is good, we say that, and this concrete is better. It's better for fire resistance, and it's better for so many things. Only decoration is not enough, or just to say this is building is there for 12 months of the sun better. Members should come and stay, and I think so. My last communication statement is in this regard that we have to be little serious, and that's all. Because next time I'll talk little more than this, and maybe with my document sharing with you about quality, those items which are done for contracting, consultancy, others. That's very important point. I say that we should conclude today's, and what we learned today. We have to see. We started with common cold, and then went to the management for 1 hour about. Hour 1 hour I talked on that. Then we talked including the quality as well, and then shifted to some soil techniques, soil testing techniques, shear testing techniques, and then also I returned to engineering construction. And engineering construction we talked about this issue of how to handle trying hands and instruct contractors. And that's very and I hope that shall help me, help you, help everybody to thrive on, to prosper in quality. And if we do not prosper in quality, then our engineers do not mean anything. Particularly concrete I'm talking. I know in finishes there is no problem, because finishes are never perfect, and and also workmanship is not alone. If quality is absent, you may show very good line of column where you may do plaster on that, but we know what's wrong with that, and there is no plaster is meant for a purpose. With that, I think it's already 5 hours lot gone, and I must I must move out from this talk now. And I think may participate more with you people in quality system. It's very important for me, for you, and for quality of works. If we do this, we serve our society, because we should, if our buildings are distressed in 2 3 years, as in question of shame to all engineers. You see Red Fort and Taj Mahal, they are not distressed, but we are distressed in couple of years. And not only this, our bridges, they fly out. They are waterborne in a way, they are transported somewhere else. So this is really beautiful engineering, I can say. Really very good engineering. Thank you very much. Thank you a lot.